Alright, cool. Alright, cool. I just need to mute. And... Alright, cool. Mute. There we go. And one more. And... There we go. Alright, so... Welcome to the stream for Friday, April 9th. And we got some bad news today with the whole Amazon thing, but I think we can maybe go into that a little bit. I think it's not necessarily as bad as it looks. Obviously, a lot of people had their hopes riding on that, but it's still a step forward. It's still getting more people invested in all that stuff, so we'll get to that in a bit. I think first I should sum up what happened with the Chauvin trial, though. But I'll let people sort of file in before I get to that. I think it's just people are starting to get here, yeah. Twitch hasn't even updated yet. With the viewers, but it usually takes a minute. Looks like I got good stream health to YouTube and Twitch. Alright. And I'll remind everybody, if you've got stories that you'd like me to cover, I'll put those at the top of the list, priorities. And otherwise, I'll just be taking requests and clicking on anything that strikes my fancy. How's everybody doing? I see we got a few people in SciTube now. Yeah, so the Amazon story is the big story of the day. Figure, all right, there we go. 7 people on Twitch. We might go in depth on that. I don't know if anybody wants to come on or will have time to today. But I'll put it out there. I'll remind people that if you want to come on to chat, I've got the Matrix. My handle on there is the same as it is everywhere else. So if you want to come on, you could shoot me a message and I can add you to the group for coming on voice chat. I'd love to have more people on to do commentary on stuff that they have some familiarity or expertise with. Let's see. So yeah, people in the thread are not too happy about the whole Amazon situation. They have a superstructural advantage and a massive propaganda machine that's... The left's always fighting an uphill battle. Yep. Yeah. That's an important thing to think about with the Amazon thing. It was always a long shot. And it's more important to like really try to get that stuff going than it is to necessarily succeed, because people see you trying. Yeah, and why would they vote against unionizing? Well, I don't think we've got all the information yet, but we're gonna gather some more. How come it's 1080p? Oh shit, is it? Damn. Twitch has a real weird thing with the resolution. Depending on like how many viewers you've got or whatever, it seems to switch back and forth. But if that's a problem today, what we can do is put on the YouTube, because I'm streaming to both. So let me just copy the YouTube link, and I'll put that in the SciTube. Oh shit, is it not embeddable? Fuck. Why would it not be embeddable? Maybe that's just the default. Allow embedding, okay. Now it should work. Alright. So try that, see if it works. I'll post the link to the YouTube in all the chats, or well, the ones that aren't the YouTube chat, so you can go to the YouTube page and view it there if you're having trouble with the resolution. But yeah, Twitch seems to have a problem with that. They don't like to do it consistently. Just depends on, you know, who's got the viewers, I guess, because it takes them some effort to allow you to do like downscaling. But yeah, if you ever have a problem like that, let me know, because I can address it that way. Are you losers alone on Friday night? Man, you know that this is COVID and shit, right? Normally I take Fridays off too, by the way, to encourage people to do something more social or more productive, but I missed a couple of days earlier this week, so that's why I'm doing Friday today. Also, the Amazon thing is a pretty big deal, so, you know, it's worth coming on for that. That's right, it is COVID time. Alright, so yeah. Got a good group in here. Let me. All right, there we go. That horny poster, SciTube enjoyer. Yeah, nice. All right, I think we got a good enough group. So let's go over really quick the Chauvin stuff before we get into the Amazon thing, because that's going to be like the big thing tonight. So the Chauvin trial, not too much happened today. There were only a couple witnesses. Medical examinations, they were basically extending the same stuff that they were saying yesterday, or saying, like sort of recapping it. To be clear though, the witnesses do not collaborate. They're kept separate. But they were saying a lot of the same stuff or similar stuff, extending the things that had already been said. Basically, yeah, George Floyd died from a knee on his neck, closing off his airway. Pretty much confirmed. So that's kind of a open and shut now. But Nelson was having to, that's the defense lawyer, was having to deal with that and cope with it and figure out, like, how could I try to spin this to make it work? And he was coming up with just a bunch of bizarre hypothetical scenarios, trying to explain, you know, George Floyd didn't have bruises on his neck, which means that it couldn't possibly have been the case that lethal force was applied. But, you know, that's not true. And he went into like absurd lengths talking about, you know, if you sit on a chair, you're not going to get a bruise. With the example was a church bench that was given by a different witness. And then Nelson took that and said, well, but what if you sat on a church bench and you had a baseball under your butt? Surely that would cause a bruise. And he's trying to like compare that to a knee on your neck. But it's just like, they've already had medical examiners say that it's not necessarily going to cause a bruise. It depends on the person, and also depends on the way that the force is applied. And there's no reason to think that you would have to have a bruise to prove that there was enough force to block somebody's airway. There was more on like toxicology. There were drugs in his system, but not enough to suspect that he had like any kind of medical problem as a result. Over and over again, they were kind of hammering the point that, yeah, it's obvious that what killed him was that his airway was cut off. Didn't go in as much depth today, but, you know, they went in enough. The two witnesses were basically the former senior medical examiner in Minneapolis, or the Hennepin County where Minneapolis is, and the current medical examiner there who did the autopsy for Floyd. Yeah, who doesn't have drugs in their system? Oh yeah, like who is it? Who is the guy? was it Salvador Dali who said, "I don't do drugs, I am drugs." Yeah, no, he had a little bit of fentanyl, not enough for it to be like a serious threat, especially not for somebody who was an addict, considering he'd have a tolerance to it. Yeah. But the death was ruled homicide. It was ruled due to a lack of oxygen, a loss of oxygen, asphyxiation, or whatever you call. Yeah. So basically, that was it. There's nothing else you could really say about it. Pretty tied up. Was there something else that I'm missing that was like a? Oh right, there was a line from the first witness, the former chief medical examiner. So Nelson, the defense attorney, was talking about how Canada's police force had never had any deaths involving somebody in the prone position, that's like lying on your stomach, in the year 2020. But this medical examiner sarcastically told him off so badly that he had to object to her answer as unresponsive. So I'll quote: Isn't it amazing when you consider that virtually every forensic pathologist in the U.S. has probably had an officer-involved death like this? How did they? It honestly baffles me, which is why I kept mentioning Canada, because I don't know what they do differently. Could that bastard get the death penalty? No, the death penalty was abolished in Minnesota in like 1914. And he's also not on trial for first-degree murder. He's only on trial for second and third. So death penalty is off the table entirely. It's interesting. Apparently YouTube doesn't count people who are viewing on embedded videos. I wonder why. But yeah, no, he's definitely not going to get the death penalty. Not possible. You'd have to be in a different state and you have to be charged with different crimes. The only way that it would happen is like, what do you call it? Vigilantes or something. He's going to end up in prison for a long time, though. I don't know how long. I'm not sure how they were going to decide sentencing for this case if he's convicted. I mean, at this point, it's likely he's going to be convicted, but I'm not sure if that's going to go to. That might go to the judge, so he might only get a few years or something. He'll probably live to go back out on the street. That's a likely scenario, but we'll spend some time in prison. Let me see. I'm actually, since it seemed like one person was having trouble with the resolution, I'm going to try switching back to Twitch really quick and see what that does with the viewership. If you have a problem with the source, you can always go to the playlist on SciTube and open that source in like a different window or tab or something, and pause the player on SciTube. But yeah, for some reason YouTube isn't counting the viewers. All right, yeah. So Chauvin's not got good prospects, it doesn't look like. Let's see, is there anything else I need to go into about this case from today? I would say that Nelson in general was trying very, very hard to find any way that he could get them to say that there was some possibility besides, death by strangulation by a knee, but no dice. He will be a killer cop in prison, so he'll be in a special wing. He's not going to be in general population for sure. He'll be in like, I don't know, like Martha Stewart prison or whatever. Place where they stick people who are too special to be with the rest of the convicts. Yeah, he's not going to be in danger of that kind of stuff. If he gets killed in prison, it's going to be like an Epstein thing where it's part of like let's soothe the bassy voice, man. Thank you. I try. Yeah, I think that's about it. What's on for today? We got Amazon. Let's get into Amazon. So the vote failed. Amazon's not going to unionize. Okay, just close that. 3-minute listen. Oh, do they have like a short audio version of this?
Workers at an Amazon warehouse in Alabama will not be negotiating their work terms through a union. In a historic election, the workers voted heavily against unionizing. The vote tally ended just minutes ago, and NPR's Alina Selyuk has been covering this story. Hey there, Alina.
Hello, hello.
First, I want to understand why the union vote at a single warehouse in Alabama would be considered historic at all. What kind of warehouse is this?
Right. So this warehouse is one of many, many, many warehouses of this kind that Amazon has around the country and around the world. It's really large, extraordinarily large. A total of 5,800, a little over 5,800 people work at this warehouse.
Wow.
And it's, you know, where all of that packing and repacking and opening of boxes happens. Trucks pull in at all hours of day and night, and workers hustle to get your packages ready to ship them to you. And the reason this warehouse was so highly watched is because this is the first union vote at Amazon in years, and this was potentially looking to be the first unionized warehouse for Amazon in the country, which didn't go that way.
Yeah, and you can see why. Thousands of people at this one facility, and if it were to succeed, it might spread to other facilities. So what was the vote tally?
The vote tally totally was almost 1,800 votes against unionizing versus a bit over 700 votes in favor of a union. So it was a pretty decisive election. The majority of Amazon's workers in this warehouse in Bessemer, Alabama, voted against joining the retail, wholesale, and department store union, which means, to reiterate, Amazon has once again withstood a union push, and this was the largest union push among its U.S. workers, and it has avoided the prospect of its first unionized warehouse in the country.
It seems to me that this was greeted nationally with so much interest and excitement among proponents of labor unions that I get the impression that the union movement thought they had a better chance than this.
Well, there were hundreds of workers who had expressed interest in a union, and this unionization effort came together extremely fast. The drive started with a few workers who reached out to a union last summer, and in a matter of months, they had enough cards signed by workers to show enough support for federal labor officials to schedule this election. And in fact, union leaders said that the vote itself had prompted a massive new wave of interest in labor organizing. They were saying that they were hearing from warehouses across the country, in other facilities and other companies, of workers saying, well, Bessemer is voting.
Okay, see, that's something I want to blouse. This is like a Hawaiian shirt. Yeah, I want to highlight what they're saying there, that this effort, just the effort itself, not even the success, is inspiring other people to try similar things. That's a really key point that's getting a little bit obscured, I think, with people naysaying and being all doomer about the vote failing. Remember, this is a vote in Bessemer, Alabama. Not only is it a vote to unionize Amazon, it's a vote to unionize Amazon workers in, like, the Deep South.
Voting on this potential Amazon union, what can we do? And so there was this sense of potential watershed moment, and it was a really major labor battle. And it continues, I should say, it continues to be a major labor battle.
Yeah, there'll be the question of whether people try union votes at other places. But is the vote in Bessemer, Alabama final? Is it over there?
Well, the tally is final, but of course now, as I was sort of alluding to it, the union is, the retail union is pursuing legal challenges to this election. They are planning to file charges of unfair labor practices against Amazon. They're requesting a hearing to question some of the actions that Amazon has done during the vote count. They're essentially saying that Amazon had created an atmosphere of confusion, coercion, and fear that may have tainted this vote, and so we will be watching how that legal challenge plays out.
Alina, thanks for the update.
Thank you.
NPR's Alina Selye.
Yeah, so that's a potential thing too, by the way, is that there's very likely some meddling that happened here. We already know that there was all that astroturfing happening with fake Twitter accounts and things like that, saying, oh no, you don't want to unionize. That's going to get between you and this company that you've got such a nice relationship with. So Amazon's been throwing what they've got to try to stop this. And it seems like it's pretty overwhelmingly voted down. But in making the attempt in the first place, we've got some inspiration. Lots of other people are saying, oh, this is a thing that we could do. This is something that's on the table. And seeing the sort of response to it, not so much this vote, but the stuff leading up to it, especially the AstroTurf Twitter accounts and things like that, people are realizing, oh, this is something that Amazon doesn't want us to do. So it could be like a real problem for them, maybe. Maybe it would help serve our interests. There's an Amazon facility being built in my city. Got to have a lot of fun with the security guards down there. Yeah. They Amazon's one of those things. It's like Walmart, where it comes in and it creates all these low-income, high work hour, high stress jobs. It just like fucks up a community. Let's see, what else do people post? Burgerland's Deep South. Yeah, so Bessemer, Alabama. Actually, let me pull up I always like pulling up maps. They didn't have a map in the article, so let me see if I find a good map showing where Bessemer, Alabama is. Actually, let me pull up the Wikipedia page. That usually has a map showing you the location. Bessemer, Alabama it's like right in the heart of Alabama. They don't have often they'll have one that shows you like the context within the entire country, but they don't for this. I'll just pull up a US map to put next to this. So here is Bessemer. Here's Alabama, and here's what county? Jefferson County, Alabama. And Bessemer is, so here's Jefferson County, and here's Bessemer within the county. And let me pull up a map of the USA. So anybody who doesn't know where Alabama is, let's see. Well, that's actually got a territorial acquisitions map. That's a useful historical context. All right, so here's the whole USA. Alabama's down here. Right here. So Jefferson County is like right up here, and Bessemer is right in that area too. So, the South basically is like right through here. This is like the line where the South is divided from the North. And we're in like the deep, deep South right here. Alabama is about as like deep South as you can get. Deep South as you can get. So yeah, they were playing this unionization thing on hard mode, on nightmare mode here, going up against Amazon in the deep South of the US. Can you show us how they voted in the last two elections? That is a really, really good point. Let's see. Alabama vote map 20. Let's do 2016 first. Let's see. Bessemer, yeah, okay, so I already see the map here. Maybe I can get one for both at the same time. 2016, 2017. Nah. I'll start with this one. And then I'll do 2021. Let's see, one that's explicitly labeled for 2020. Let me see, is this one a 2020 map? All right, this is from Wikipedia. This is 2020. All right, so I'll start with the 2016-2017 one. So, and this is very, you can see the whole thing here, and I'll reopen. So here's Jefferson County. It's this one right here. So this is like slightly leans blue, right? So, you know, also Birmingham is like right over, you got Birmingham right here, and then you got Bessemer like over this area. So like it doesn't show. Birmingham would be like this area somewhere. So it leans blue. So it's a little bit not so bad, but this is you're still dealing with a very red state. And then here's 2020. So same thing, leans blue, and then there's like this little blue belt in the lower part. Consistent voting pattern, but it goes red, just like the rest of the South. But yeah, this is like the little pocket of kinda lefty, slightly leaning left in the terms of like Republican Democrat. So Birmingham is the core of the Dem vote. Maybe, I mean, there's like that belt of blue under toward the south, but the cities are always the places where you have more of a blue voting bloc. Yeah, I know. They're not left. That's why I said kinda. They're not left. But like within the spectrum of U.S. politics, they're the ones who are going to be more open to stuff like unions. Or at least you would think. Dems are urbanites often. Yep, definitely true. Often it's like a cultural divide more than it is like an actual political one. Yeah, blue is a good way to explain it. It's just they vote for Democrats more often. Yeah, it's also good to remember they were the first to do such a vote. Yeah. So probably wasn't going to be successful the first time anybody did it. They weren't really as prepared as they could have been because, you know, now we see all the stuff that Amazon's going to pull out to try to stop it now. So, or some of it at least. They pulled out a lot of stops for this. Maybe not all of them. I mean, they didn't send in people to crack skulls this time. Yeah, it's hard regardless of circumstance. Yeah, Birmingham is the core. Yeah, I hope the 700 people who voted pro-union keep fighting. They probably will. And that's an important thing to point out here. Okay, let's also point out, good chance that this has been rigged to some degree. So it might be significantly higher than 700. Second point, the people who are voting for this union vote aren't doing it just because they want a union. It's because there's underlying motivations there that are not going to go away because of this. So they're going to be looking for other options that they've got. Maybe like, for instance, joining like the IWW or some other kind of union that exists already but serves like a broader purpose rather than unionizing within this company. Or like maybe doing something that's a little bit more radical. I don't know. It'll depend on the person. It's like, I guess think of it like some rough terrain and you're dropping water on it. And depending on where the drops fall, they're going to run off in different directions. Everybody's going to respond to it differently. But who did what? Oh, Bezos? He didn't resign from the board. He used to be the CEO, Chief Executive Officer, so like head motherfucker in charge of the company. But then he stepped down from that position. He's still on the board. He is on the board of directors. He still has his shares. They've just handed the reins of the company to somebody else. He's still on the board, so he's still doing like backseat driving and stuff like the board on those companies always do. But he's very much still part of Amazon. Let's see. They specifically built a post drop-off box on the property to coerce on-site workers to vote no. Yeah. That's the kind of stuff that they'll pull when they do this. I mean, that's not verified information. It's just coming from the chat. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that they'll do. That, and they'll basically threaten you that the union is going to take away more of your money because you pay dues, or like it's going to, be a problem for you because you get fired, or all kinds of implicit threats that we haven't even heard about because it's, internal stuff and maybe nobody's leaked it. From a recent Jacobin article. Okay. It might not, I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying this. I'm not getting this directly from like a source. They might not rig, I don't want Amazon to sue me. They might not rig the vote directly, especially, or boot me off their platform. I will remind everybody, by the way, Twitch is owned by Amazon. So you're watching me through Amazon's little, what do you call it? Their media source. Twitch is owned by Amazon. Washington Post is owned by Amazon. And as I highlighted with this article, editor's note, Amazon is among NPR's recent financial supporters. So I'm not trying to be too careful about what I say, but I don't want to go post, what's it called? If you just say it, it's slander. If you publish it, it's, what is the term? Libel. I don't want to post libel about Amazon on their platform. They might not rig the vote directly, but they manipulate for sure. They do both, probably. Like, the smart thing to do is to try to push it from every possible angle. Which is something that the left could learn about too, is that there's not necessarily one ideal strategy. It helps to be able to push things in multiple different places at the same time, because it's harder to resist multiple assaults at once. So, like, for instance, unionizing and striking is one way. Then there's like building dual power. Electoralism might play a small role. And then there's like more radical kind of militant stuff too. But you can do it like at the same time. And it can push against the forces that you're trying to fight at the same time. It's hard to focus on multiple forces at once, on multiple fronts at once. It is for one person, which is why you need a group or multiple groups that are dedicated to different fronts. You need a big and committed org for that. Yeah, or multiple orgs that are doing their own thing, but cooperate with each other. Often not dumb enough to write it down. But it's also hard to focus. Yeah. All right, I'm caught up with the chat. This article. Okay, here we go. Here's the Jacobin article. Or that's. Yeah, it just. New York Times is just in the headline. Okay. All right, I'll pull that one up. Cool. Let's go through the NPR one first, though. Oh, it's a different one. Here's a different article. All right, let's start with the NPR article. That's going to be more trying to look neutral, at least. All right. I mean, they already covered it, so I'll just skim this for now. Amazon warehouse workers in Alabama will not be forming a union. The vast majority of votes cast by Amazon workers at Bessemer were against joining the retail, wholesale, and department store union in a stinging defeat. So it was to join this union, retail, wholesale, and department store union, which, by the way, this is good for them getting attention. The final tally showed 1,798 votes against the unionizing and 738 votes in favor of the union. So yeah, what's the percentage there? Let's tally that up real quickly, because they didn't put that in the thing. But it's like a little bit more than 1/3 voted to unionize, it looks like. Oh no, it was somehow less than that. It was 28.8% roughly voted to unionize. So that's rough. Under 30%. That means Amazon withstood the largest union push yet among U.S. workers, despite celebrity endorsements, including implied solidarity from President Biden. And see, that's where you should be getting a little suspicious. If the president of the United States is like supporting this, either A, it's probably not a good union, or B, he knows something that you don't and is expecting it to fail. And that way he can give symbolic support for something that's not actually going to matter. Building on years of successful fighting off labor organizing, the company avoided the prospect of its first unionized warehouse in America. Yeah, by the way, there have been labor actions outside of the stuff with Amazon. There was, I forget where, I think it was Germany. There was a major strike at an Amazon warehouse that shut down shipping for a while. So, you know, this isn't the first time this kind of stuff's happened, but this is a big step for it to be happening in the United States. Almost certain in Spain too. Yeah, I think that was Italy. There's probably been multiple ones. I know that there have been. I know there have been multiple ones. I just don't remember off the top of my head where all of them were. But Germany, Spain, Italy, yeah, all sound correct. It would be cool to have like a map showing, like keeping track of where the strikes have happened. But yeah, Amazon rejected the allegations Friday. So allegations about, yeah, that's right. The Labor Relations Board was saying they have to look into it. The retail union is now filing legal challenge to the election and charges of unfair labor practices against Amazon. They already had filed something with the NLRB, but it was basically declined. I think it was like calling for aid or something like that. And it's like, okay, well, that doesn't work. I guess we got to vote to unionize. So the NLRB is requesting a hearing to determine if the results of the election should be set aside because conduct by the employer created an atmosphere of confusion, coercion, and or fear of reprisals, and thus interfered with the employee's freedom of choice, which is a legitimate criticism. Yeah, that'd be a good propaganda graphic. It would be excellent. I would love to see like a world map or a national map or whatever showing like where actions had happened recently. In other news, the situation in Ukraine has not changed. Yeah, no de-escalation, but no rapid escalation yet. We might get to that later. I'm not sure if News Anon probably has an article on that. Also, I might just go scroll through the Donbass war thread, see if there's anything posted there. That's probably going to have more recent updates. U.S. Secretary of State also called with the German and French foreign ministers about Ukraine. Yeah, I mean that's a big proxy war kind of zone right there. They got to figure out who's going to control that. Is it going to be Russia or is it going to be NATO? All right. So the NLRB is going to do a hearing, but don't expect them to be unbiased. And Amazon rejected the allegations Friday, adding a statement. Amazon didn't win. The smarmy fucking Amazon didn't win. Our employees made the choice to vote against joining a union. Nearly 5,900 people work at Amazon's Bessemer facility. So hold up. 5,900 people worked at the facility, but how many voted? That's an interesting thing too. People talk about like total, like who voted yes or no, but how many people voted total? So 1,798 plus 738, so 25,036 total votes out of 5,900. So that's like, it's less than half. 5,900. So like 43% of the people there voted. And yeah, they probably were monitoring people in the run up to the election to see who was probably going to vote which way, so that they could be like, I don't know, do we want to keep these employees? Yeah. So that's where we were. The union push in Bessemer has been the most consequential labor battle in decades. With a ballooning warehouse workforce, Amazon has grown into the second largest private employer in the U.S. with more than 800,000 employees. Union leaders said the vote alone prompted hundreds of new inquiries from other Amazon workers across the country. So this is what I'm saying. See, hundreds of inquiries. Just the fact that they're doing this, giving it a go. Hundreds of new inquiries around the country. See, one person, one group starts off doing something, and others see it. That could cause a chain reaction, especially if the conditions are right. It was the first union election at an Amazon warehouse since 2014 when a small group of technicians in Delaware also voted against unionizing. So they have done this kind of thing before. It was just much, much smaller, probably. 2014 and in Delaware. Probably not a very big shipping area. The Bessemer one's probably pretty significant for the local area as far as like the network and the logistics go. We're really seeing how the balance is always tipped in favor of employers, said Rebecca Given, a labor studies professor at Rutgers University. Organizing a union under current labor law is extremely challenging. The odds are always stacked against you. In Alabama, Amazon unleashed a strong pushback with lengthy mandatory information sessions and mandatory information sessions and flurries of text messages to its workers. Yeah, so there you go with the whole intimidating environment. I mean, you're working a pretty precarious job already, and your employer just keeps badgering you with text messages saying like, hey, you don't want to vote for this, do you? Yeah. The company blanketed the warehouse with its slogan, do it without dues. Do it without dues. That was the slogan for the anti-union campaign. So they're focusing on paying the dues, apparently going to end up costing you more money, even though unions are, of course, way better at negotiating your pay so that you would, in the long run, make a lot more money. Massive union-busting firms will try to profile nearly every worker in the plant, potential organizers, etc. If you are an open commie, they will use that against you. Yes, they will. Yeah, and you should be aware of that for any organizing efforts in real life. Or online, too. It's easy to, like, somebody who's, like, openly identifying this or that way politically is, like, very easy to pin down. Haha, you think we pay you enough to pay dues? Yeah, right. All right. Yeah, here it is. The company argued the union was only interested in collecting workers' hard-earned money in the form of dues, while Amazon paid $15 starting pay, far above the local minimum, and provided generous health care and other benefits. Yeah, they made like a really big deal about the $15 starting pay because that's like what the demand is for like minimum wage right now. So they're saying like, hey, we'll just pay people what people are asking for minimum wage. That's good, right? Missing the point that this is supposed to be the minimum. And, you know, it's only like competitive in that sense because the minimum is already so low. So like it's bullshit. It's literally less than the market wage for warehouse work. Yeah, I think I remember reading that. And obviously that's pretty reasonable considering how like strenuous and complex warehouse work can be. Like if you're not familiar with how the inside of these places work, you're like navigating through a whole bunch of storage and figuring out like where shit goes. It's pretty complex mentally as well as like taxing physically to carry shit around all the time. If they voted yes, would everyone have to pay dues? That's a good question. I'm not sure what the actual union situation would be with the what was it, retail, wholesale, and department store union. I'm not sure what their policy is on that. But yeah, it is worth noting that kind of thing would probably be a deterrent to a lot of people. But yeah, right to work. I would think Alabama's like right to work. But yeah. Literally less than, yeah, all right, I got all that. Union lead, yeah, okay. I'm way down here. At first, wait, here we go. No, this particular union can't give us anything that Amazon does not already offer, said Lavanet Stokes, a Bessemer worker who voted against unionizing. There are a lot of people who never have issues. I wonder if she's like in management or something. At first, the Bessemer union appeared to take Amazon, like much of the country, by surprise. Historically, unions have been a tough sell in southern states such as Alabama. Some Bessemer workers quietly reached out to the retail, wholesale, and department store union last summer, a few months after the warehouse opened. So the warehouse was not even open that long before they decided to do this. That's pretty cool. They described grueling productivity quotas, wanting more say in how people at Amazon work, get disciplined or get fired. The pandemic put in stark relief the stakes for essential workers. Many workers pointed out that the immense wealth of both Amazons who've profited skyrocketed during the lockdowns, and CEO Jeff Bezos, one of the richest people in the world, the richest for a while there, before epic Reddit bacon Elon Musk overtook him. The retail union mobilized an organizing support system, unionized workers around the region, and many from poultry plants. Within months, more than half of Amazon staff at the Bessemer warehouse signed cards saying they wanted a union shop, prompting federal labor authorities to schedule the vote. So if more than half of them signed cards saying that they wanted the shop, it seems like it wouldn't be that hard to get enough votes to unionize. Like if only, what was it, like 40-some%, like 43% of the people voted, surely the ones who want to unionize would be more motivated to vote. So that really seems fishy. Like either they fired a bunch of people, or maybe they just like really ran a campaign hard and intimidated the shit out of them. Several controversies bubbled up around the election, and they will likely factor in the union's pending legal challenges. Yeah, you don't say. Key one, here's a, oh no, they actually do say this in this article. A key one was over a new mailbox that Amazon says was installed by the U.S. Postal Service to make voting convenient, safe, and private. But the mailbox placement inside an Amazon tent right by the warehouse prompted many workers to wonder whether the company was trying to monitor the vote. Right. You know, right where they have any of their cameras on you, so they can see who's voting when. The retail union had argued Amazon's push for the mailbox tainted the vote and went against NLRB's directives. Another controversy was over the timing of a red light outside the warehouse, which was shortened by the... Wait, what? Shortened by the county at Amazon's request in December. Was it to relieve traffic jams or stop organizers from talking to workers in their cars? That's some shit. Amazon requested that the county change the timing of a red light outside of their facility. That's worrisome shit. The union pushing Bessemer gathered the attention of sports stars, politicians, and celebrities. Actor Danny Glover, a group of House Democrats, and longtime Amazon critic Senator Bernie Sanders came to visit. Black Lives Matter organizers stood in solidarity. Endorsements arrived from politicians, including the president of Republican Senator Marco Rubio, which was like just bizarre to see people like him on board with it. Which again also makes it seem like it's kind of bullshit and not likely to help, or that they know that it's going to fail. The result might prompt Biden and other U.S. officials to revisit the laws that gave big advantages to employers, including the freedom to bombard their employees with anti-union messages, Labor Professor Given said. Yeah. So, story's not over yet. There's more going on. We'll see if there's anything that comes out of the hearing, if there's any significant stuff. Oh, people aren't. Maybe I'll get to that in a second. Let me look at these other headlines real quick. I'll try not to repeat too much here. A short auto-translated interview on the strike published in the German oh, nice. Nice. All right, that'll be a little bit of a change of gears then. Awesome. All right, so this is what was it? A short auto-translated interview on the strike published in the German Marxist newspaper Junge Wait. All right. It's a David versus Goliath battle. Strikes at Amazon. Online giants want to keep unions out. Interview with Mechthild Medeke, Gitta Jupertal. On 4 days before Easter, employees in Rheinberg and Werne in North Rhine-Westphalia, Koblenz in Rhineland-Palatinate, and Leipzig, as well as at 2 sites in Bad Hersfeld in Hesse, will stop work at the online giant Amazon. What are you demanding? We are generally demanding recognition of the collective agreement for the retail and mail order sector, and have clear ideas about what a healthy collective agreement should look like. Processing times for orders are becoming increasingly tightly timed. Corona-compliant work in compliance with spacing rules and hygiene regulations is falling by the wayside. Currently, payment is in the foreground because collective bargaining rounds have begun in Hesse and other federal states. Why isn't anything happening there? Amazon has a fundamental, almost ideological attitude toward unions. They don't want to, yeah, of course they do. They don't want to negotiate with unions. What they want to regulate can only be done at the company level with work councils. Basically, they want to determine alone what affects the pay and working conditions of their employees. In Bad Hersfeld, the strike for recognition of the collective agreement is in its 8th year. That can't mean that they have been striking for 8 years. I'm not sure. This is an auto-translated thing, so take anything you're hearing with a grain of salt. Amazon claims that employees benefit from excellent wages, additional benefits, and career opportunities. How can the company claim that when the collective bargaining agreement is not respected? According to the Hessian collective agreement for warehouse workers and order pickers, €1 more is paid. Okay. For a 37.5-hour week, that's around €163 less than employees receive compared to the collective agreement. Collective agreement benefits such as vacation and Christmas bonuses are stipulated, each of which is between €1,200 and €1,300, and regulations that include special time off and special bonuses. Amazon presents itself as a pioneer. When it comes to working conditions, the company shows how modern assembly line work works. Fordism, the most extensive rationalization and standardization of production. It was heard that unionized employees are harassed. Here we go. It's subtle. Amazon says everyone has the right to strike, but at the same time, everyone has the right not to strike. We've been told that employees who exercise this right are assigned to more stupid jobs. They can't be assigned to other jobs because they don't know if they will be available, they say. If someone tries to get a new job once another shift, obstacles could be put in their way. So they've really bureaucratized it. Oh, cool. If you speak German and would want to follow along and correct if I get something wrong, that'd be awesome. Oh, night, Screeny. I think I missed you, but good night. They go on strike every year. Okay, that makes sense. So it's like an annual strike, and it's in the 8th year there. That makes sense. It's just the phrasing of it doesn't quite translate, I think, probably. All right, cool. That's a big help. Yeah. And I'll just repeat again for anybody who's in here. I'm always happy to bring people on if they're interested in joining in voice chat on Matrix. That might make it a little bit easier for some of the stuff, but I'm also happy to just take notes that people post in the chat. In addition, there are complaints that employees are not valued very highly. In what way? Amazon considers the will of the customer to be paramount. How the employees are doing is said to play hardly any role. Many feel treated as appendages of technology. In the robotics departments, this is obvious. Robots determine the working conditions. Yikes. That's a hell of a... I just want to repeat that one. In the robotics departments, this is obvious. Robots determine the working conditions. So they're, making the humans do whatever is convenient for the robots instead of vice versa. An Amazon spokesperson said the protests showed no impact on deliveries. In logistics centers, more than 90% of employees were working normally. Is that so? Of 14 logistics centers nationwide, strikes are taking place in 6. Not all wheels are at standstill here. In Bad Hersfeld, around 600 of 3,300 employees are on strike. Amazon is paying a lot of money to ensure that it doesn't affect deliveries. They have gained experience there. Strikes come every year with Christmas and Easter. Amazon has expanded in terms of technology. Branches in the Czech Republic and Poland can be used for the German market. Workers can be shifted to other distribution centers. It's a David versus Goliath battle. Nevertheless, the labor struggle is crucial for the workforces to hold their ground. What is their goal? What is the goal? Amazon will not succeed in keeping unions out. Incidentally, the company is having similar experiences internationally, whether in Italy or Alabama. Nowhere is it accepted. Well, there you go. Nice. Thank you so much. I'm not gonna say your name on Twitch, but I see you in the chat. Thank you for the post. That's very helpful. Rounds out the this whole story, and people can see that indeed these kind of things are happening, and that this is more of a sign that things are gaining steam rather than a solitary event. All right, let's see which of these two looks more interesting. Amazon waged a brutal anti-union campaign. Unsurprisingly, they won. From Jacobin, and also from Jacobin. New York Times headline writers declare Amazon union vote free and fair. I kind of prefer this one. How long? All right, that's not too bad. Does it say? This is also a picture of the Amazon warehouse in Bessemer. Based international leftypol. Yeah, right. This is what international solidarity and cooperation looks like. Let's get some ham sticks in the chat. The New York Times Amazon union election coverage is a tale as old as time. When workers vote to back a union, employers blame outside agitators. When workers rejected a union after a massive anti-union campaign by the boss, it was the workers' own free choice. This morning, when the dust had settled on the vote tally from the election on whether to unionize Amazon's BHM1 warehouse in Alabama, the New York Times published a story with the headline, Amazon appears to defeat union drive in Alabama warehouse. From the outside, we can only guess at the kinds of conversations that transpired, but whatever their content, the headline was edited to read, Amazon workers appear to defeat union drive at Alabama warehouse. Then it was changed to Amazon workers defeat union drive at Alabama warehouse. Now it reads, Amazon workers vote down union drive at Alabama warehouse. Did the New York Times come under pressure to change the wording, or did the editors make these decisions entirely on their own to reflect their view of the situation? Let me just read through those again. Amazon workers appear to defeat union drive at Alabama warehouse. And then they get rid of appear to, which I guess is because they had more final votes. Amazon workers defeat union drive at Alabama warehouse. And then Amazon workers vote down. So I guess they wanted to make it sound a little bit less like the union was against them. It's the workers versus the union when they defeat the union drive. And then when they vote down the union drive, it's a little softer sounding, like, we had a choice and we said no. That's all it is. Yeah. Whatever the case may be, the result is that over the course of these changes, the first narrative in which the corporation Amazon crushed a union drive was replaced by a new one in which the impetus for the outcome came from Amazon workers themselves. Of course, the second story makes Amazon look a lot better than the first one does. Thank you, Jacobin, for telling me things I never would have figured out on my own. The migration of meaning in this New York Times headline is a reminder of the public relations dance that always accompanies union elections. When a union tries to organize a workplace and fails, bosses want the public to believe it's because workers were simply presented with two options and chose rationally between them. This framing implies that management had nothing to do with the outcome, that workers simply decided what's best for themselves. But the reality is that most corporations work tirelessly in the run-up to union elections to suppress union organizing and secure an outcome favorable for them. Of course, why wouldn't they? It's in their interests to do that. The New York Times original headline, Amazon appears to defeat union drive at Alabama warehouse, is a much more accurate description of what happened in Bessemer, Alabama, and what usually happens when corporations are faced with the threat of unionization. Most companies don't just sit back and allow union organizers to pose the collective bargaining question to their workers. They almost always engage in aggressive campaigns to stop organizing efforts in their tracks. And also notably, they usually are on that stuff before the unions are. Usually, they are well aware of this potential to happen, and they are guarding against it from the beginning. I think that you can find videos of not Amazon, but Walmart having like anti-union videos. Like there isn't, as far as I'm aware, any like current threat of Walmart unionizing, but they've got a campaign against it already. Yeah, Amazon waged a predictably zealous campaign against the Retail, Wholesale, and Department Store Union, RWDSU's effort to organize its warehouse in Bessemer. For example, the company held mandatory captive audience meetings in which workers were subjected to anti-union messaging, including outright falsehoods about the implications of forming a union. Amazon also bombarded workers with signs in bathrooms and text message signs in bathrooms and text messages at home. So like when you go home, you're getting badgered by your employer still. Like, you know, even to somebody who's like a mild reformist social democrat, that should just be like totally off the table, totally illegal to do shit like that. Yeah, literally people go from working in CIA, FBI, etc. into corporate work. Yep. This is what that corporate work entails. Yep. Yeah, that's the revolving door between the public and private sector. Corporate pay more than they literally jump ship for this shit. Yeah, there's also like they'll go both ways too sometimes. Like sometimes they might be offered a better position in the public sector in one of those agencies or something. That's a big thing you see too, like a CEO from some company ends up in a high position in the public sector, usually in the regulatory body that would regulate the business that they were in and that they still own stock in, and they have a strong incentive to like deregulate. I think Teals once tried to get a whistleblower get killed. Tesla. Wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me at all. There's all kinds of shit that goes on in like black market stuff like that that we don't see. But yeah. After losing a fight to make all voting happen in person, the company successfully convinced the United States Postal Service to install a mailbox on the warehouse grounds, allowing management to monitor and perhaps pressure workers as they filed their ballots. Did he tweet about did Elon Musk tweet about trying to have a whistleblower killed? He fucking would, that guy. Ugh. Amazon has even been accused of strategically hiring formerly incarcerated people with few other job options and enlisting them to represent the anti-union campaign. So hiring people specifically to be part of an anti-union drive. like preemptive scabs, you could say. More generally distributed anti-union swag to temporary workers who wouldn't have been able to join the union anyway, but who were in an especially precarious position and may have felt coerced to represent the anti-union campaign on the shop floor. Also, they might have just told them, like, this is part of your union, your uniform now, so you gotta wear this. It's like what is it? What's that restaurant that does that has people wear like shirts that say "I love my job"? Oh, Texas Roadhouse, the fucking meme restaurant. It's got like, they have the uniform has like a shirt that says "I love my job" on the back or something like that. That's the one where they have like peanut shells everywhere and play fucking Cotton Eye Joe and have the waiters and waitresses dance like in the middle of the restaurant. Fucking I think I might have a meme about that actually. I'll worry about that some other time. Yeah, that is peak Americana. Oh, hey Simone. Yeah, I've been to that restaurant before. It's pretty grotesque. Yeah, and it's like, honestly, the thing that's most upsetting about Texas Roadhouse, well, I mean, it bothers me as somebody who's from Texas that it gives the state a deservedly bad reputation, but what really bothers me about that place is the peanut shells just fucking everywhere. Like they put little buckets of peanuts on all the tables for people to eat as like appetizers, and then people just like toss peanut shells everywhere, like all over the floor and shit. It's nasty, and if somebody has a peanut allergy, they'll just die the moment they walk in the door. It's awful. Here's the Tesla story. Yeah, what's even worse about the peanut shells all over the floor is that they actually give you a second bucket to put the shells in, but people still just toss them all over the floor. All right, we'll get to that in a second. I'm almost done with this article, I think. Yeah. Yeah. This is a pretty, yeah, there we go. Get some burger claps going in the chat. Man, I'm tempted to get the affiliate status, because then I would be able to get the fucking burger clap emote and have that spammed in the Twitch chat. But I don't want to stop being able to Twitch stream on YouTube. So anyway, then they spit their dip on top of it. Oh, you mean like the people who were waiting, or the people who were eating there? Yeah, they always those places always give you like free dip for your all of your stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of considering doing affiliate just because I don't get a whole lot of stuff on YouTube. I don't get a lot of traffic, and I wouldn't expect to. But it's good at like, oh yeah, dropping shells. There you go. I love that image from the Iwo Jima flag raising thing, but it's a McDonald's logo. Fucking love that so much. I'm just gonna copy image location just so I can put that up on the stream, because it's such a good new tab. There we go. Such a good picture. Fucking love that picture. This is American culture in a nutshell right here. All right, back to the article. So yeah, they were hiring people as temporary workers with the fucking like anti-union stuff on their uniforms and shit. They want to fight to expand the size of the bargaining unit to make the election harder for the union to win. So I'm not even sure what that's about. Let me see really quick what that says. Oh, so this is like this other article that I already have open. So I'm guessing that's going to be like just a general overview of it. They expand the size of the bargaining unit to make the election hard. So I guess it just means that they required more votes, is what that essentially boils down to. Given the intensity and range of tactics the company pursued in its efforts to prevent unionization, it's entirely accurate to say that Amazon itself defeated the union drive. As Rutgers Labor Studies professor Rebecca Given explained in Vice, National Labor Relations Board, NLRB, union elections are not a reflection of whether workers want a voice on the job, but rather show the imbalance of labor law and resources in favor of employers. There are a few more avenues for RWDSU, that's Retail Wholesale Delivery Service Union, I think, to explore. But if they're unsuccessful, then make no mistake, Amazon busted the union. The company doesn't want us to think that's what happened. Instead, it wants us to think that the workers were simply presented two opposing arguments, gave them equal consideration, and decided a union wasn't right for them. Luckily for Amazon, it seems to have friends at the New York Times willing to help make that case to the public. Yeah. So, you know, New York Times manufacturing consent as usual. Damn, I forgot how popular Stirner was 5 years ago. It's been that long in image board life. Did Stirner come up suddenly? Yeah, Stirner was really popular for a while on leftypol, back on 8chan. Let's go away from the Amazon thing and do this Elon Musk article real quick. When Elon Musk tried to destroy a Tesla whistleblower, it started with a Twitter meltdown and ended with a fake mass shooter. It started with a Twitter meltdown and ended with a fake mass shooter? What the fuck? What the fuck? A former security manager says the company also spied and spread misinformation. So I guess this is the whistleblower, and they put out a notice to not let him on property. Wow. Tesla's Be on the Lookout flyer alerting employees following what turned out to be a bogus warning of a mass shooter. Holy shit, dude. So they put this out like warning that this guy was going to do a mass shooting after he did something that pissed off Bezos. That's just wild. Yeah, from the guy who accused those heroes who saved those kids from that being trapped in that underwater cave of being perverts because they wanted to go in and save those kids. I can't say the other P word on here, I don't think. Yeah, from the guy who made that accusation, we also get mass shooting accusations. Incredible. This guy's got just like, I don't know, just gutless, man. Holy shit. This is like genuinely upsetting. By the larger-than-life standards of Elon Musk, the story was far from a blockbuster. On June 4th, 2018, Business Insider reported that Tesla Inc. was scrapping or reworking 40% of raw materials at the Gigafactory, its huge battery plant in the Nevada desert. The article cited a source who figured the inefficiency had cost Musk's electric car company $150 million, describing giant piles of scrap materials in the factory. Tesla denied the report, and a few hours later, the world moved on. The world, that is, except Elon Musk. Although he wasn't at... See, yeah, this is like supervillain shit. This is what you get when somebody's a fucking billionaire and, like, they have no sense of... I mean, they pragmatically, they don't have anything stopping them from doing this shit. And no sense of, like, propriety or decency or, like, the ability to just let shit go. Holy fuck. Although he wasn't asked about the Business Insider story the following day at the company's annual meeting, he stewed for weeks, dispatching a team of investigators to try to figure out who'd shared the information with the press. The leaker, they determined, was one Martin Tripp, a slight man of 40 who'd spent his career in a series of low-level manufacturing jobs before finding his way to the assembly line at the Gigafactory. Tripp later claimed to be an idealist trying to get Tesla to tighten its operations. Musk saw him as a dangerous foe who engaged in extensive and damaging sabotage, as he wrote in a staff memo. He implied that Tripp had shared the data not only with the press but also with unknown third parties. So this is a more flattering picture of Tripp. Could larger forces be at work? Musk wondered out loud. Could Tripp be coordinating with one of Tesla's many enemies? Alright, so just straight into paranoia here. This is the same man that wants to put people on Mars, keep in mind. Yeah, good point. Posadists, plural, hyphen a Lamaoist. Yeah, oh yeah, he's definitely crazy smile. Like, and I want to remind people that this guy, this is also like one of the founders of PayPal, and he like got the start of his fortune from his emerald wealth from South Africa. So like his father owned like emerald mines, and he inherited a bunch of wealth from that enterprise, which, you know, that's like apartheid emerald mines in South Africa. So that's where his money comes from initially, the seed money. Then he did PayPal, and then he moved on to like Tesla and SpaceX and shit. So that's kind of who he is and the milieu that he comes from. Could Tripp be coordinating with one of Tesla's many enemies, oil companies, rival automakers, or Wall Street short sellers? Wall Street short sellers, yeah, okay. See, well, that's no. He's friends with the people who are betting against the short sellers with the GameStop thing. There are a long list of organizations that want Tesla to die, he warned. On June 20th, the company sued Tripp for $167 million. Later that day, Tripp heard from the sheriff's department in Story County, Nevada. Tesla's security department had passed a tip to police. An anonymous caller had contacted the company to say Tripp was planning a mass shooting at the Gigafactory. When the police confronted Tripp that evening, he was unarmed and in tears. He said he was terrified of Musk and suggested the billionaire might have called in the tip himself. A sheriff's deputy attempted to cheer up Tripp and then called Tesla to tell the company that the threat, whoever had made it, was bogus. Tripp wasn't dangerous. Wow, so like I'm glad that the police reacted like somewhat reasonably there, because that could go really bad. Like this is basically like swatting somebody. And if you're not familiar with swatting, this was like a really big trend a while back, where people would like call the police, the emergency line, and say, hey, there's like a hostage situation or something over at this location, and they'd send in the SWAT team to try to resolve it. And usually nobody would die. Usually it would be resolved once they realized that there was no such thing there. But people actually died from that at times. There were cases where there's actually, I think, one case where the SWAT team went to the wrong house and still killed somebody. But yeah, that's like a thing that was a big trend a few years ago, was swatting. And that's very much, absolutely a U.S. American phenomenon. Not the kind of shit that you see in other parts of the world, really. Yeah, there were people who died because of swattings, and I believe there was at least one case where they were not even at the right residence that they were called to. I wish they would go after Amazon. It's funny watching rich folks spook the shit out of rich folks. It's like we haven't ever left feudalism with the levels of paranoia. Yeah, right? Is Wall Street's bets conspiring against Musk? No. Wall Street bets are against the short sellers. Yeah, it took me a sec, because like the short sellers are the people betting against the company. GameStop stock is being overly shorted by people who are betting that it's going to fail because their time is past. Their business model doesn't work anymore as like a game rental service. And then people saw that and said, oh, well, if we just buy the stock at a higher price and drive the price up, the short sellers will lose and we'll win. And that's what happened. And Elon Musk was on the side of the people on Wall Street bets who were doing that. So against the short sellers, the people who were selling, who were expecting the stock to go down. So that's the I guess he was figuring out that he had like some enemies among Wall Street short sellers because of that. which is just even more ridiculous. Leave it to the Burger PD to take any opportunity to hit people. Yeah, I mean, the other thing about that is it's like, if you have a hostage situation or some other crisis like that, you are supposed to, by the book, you're supposed to approach it with extreme caution because, you know, at any moment you might do something wrong that causes people to die. Which is probably why most of the times it happened, it was just like really scary and traumatic for people and no one died in most cases. But yeah, like obviously if you send a hit squad to somebody's house, that's basically attempted murder. Especially when people know how often cops kill people, especially people like SWAT teams who are heavily armed. Welcome to our insane country. Excuse me as our representatives. This company. Oh, maybe there's more to that post that hasn't been written yet. Many chief executive officers would try to ignore somebody like Tripp, you think. Instead, as accounts from police, former employees, and documents produced by Tesla's own internal investigation reveal, Musk set out to destroy him. So, like, dude was obsessed. He was obsessed. He was seething and coping. Tesla's PR department spread rumors that Tripp was possibly homicidal and had been part of a grand conspiracy. On Twitter, Musk suggested the Business Insider reporter Lynette Lopez was on the payroll of short sellers. Man, he really made a mistake by getting involved in that Wall Street bet stuff, because it's like, it's really living rent-free in his head. Wow. On Twitter, on the payroll, short sellers and claimed Tripp had admitted to taking bribes from her in exchange for valuable Tesla IP. So, saying that the reporter who's reporting on a leak was bribing the insider to provide the stuff. Wow. Yeah, like a movie villain, exactly. The Tripp incident was the beginning of a social media meltdown so epic that the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission forced Tesla to appoint a so-called Twitter sitter, an in-house lawyer who's supposed to vet Musk's tweets. I can't even believe I just read that. The Tripp incident was the beginning of a social media meltdown so epic that the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission forced Tesla to appoint a so-called Twitter sitter, an in-house lawyer who's supposed to vet Musk's tweets. What a fucking sentence. Jesus. This is just clown shit, man. I gotta post the honk Pepe. Wow. Since last summer, Musk's antics have included baselessly accusing a British cave diver on Twitter of being a pervert, falsely claiming on where else Twitter that investors had put up funds to take Tesla private at $420 a share. Fucking Reddit shit, dude. Leading to an SEC lawsuit. God, what a clown. Like, just randomly saying dumb stuff on Twitter. And so, like, this is the whole, like, fail son thing, where it's like, you get into this position not through having, like, done anything for the company, really. Like, you aren't this great super genius maneuverer or anything. You just inherited a bunch of money and are playing around with it. Like, if somebody was actually a competent CEO, they would never do that kind of shit. This is like a rich kid who's got more money than he knows what to do with. Like, just for a joke, getting your company in trouble with the SEC. Like, for a bit. Jesus Christ. Somehow igniting a feud with B-list hip-hop artist Azalea Banks. Elon will learn very soon who is the more powerful of us two, Banks posted on Instagram. I mean, I don't know, maybe she started that, who knows. This one too. Puffing a joint during a live podcast taping, causing the federal government to review the security clearance needed for his rocket company, SpaceX. So not only did he get his board and investors pissed off at him for the Joe Rogan weed incident, he threatened to have his security clearance for his company revoked. Like, well, if they were a competent CEO, the company would be lobbying. I think he probably does do lobbying, but I'm not sure about that. I would be very surprised if he doesn't. Although then again, maybe I wouldn't be very surprised. Maybe just like mildly surprised. Musk's treatment of Tripp threatens to complicate this legal and regulatory mess. But I don't know. In a way, I'm glad for Elon Musk doing this nonsense, because it causes problems for the system. It causes a regulatory mess. And it shows people what happens when people have this much wealth and power. He's like an unintentional accelerationist or something, right? The security manager at the Gigafactory, an ex-military guy with high and tight haircut named Sean Guthrow, has filed a whistleblower report with the SEC. Guthrow says Tesla's security operation behaved unethically in its zeal to nail the... So, going after a whistleblower caused somebody else to blow a whistle on that whole operation. Investigators, he claims, hacked into Tripp's phone, had him followed, and misled police about the surveillance. Guthrow says Tripp didn't sabotage Tesla or hack anything, and that Musk knew this and had sought to damage his reputation by spreading misinformation. A Tesla spokeswoman said in a statement that Guthrow's allegations are untrue and sensationalized, but she didn't comment on specifics. She pointed out that Guthrow never raised any concerns until he was fired for poor performance. Guthrow disputes this and says his performance reviews were mostly positive. He says he's coming forward to let regulators and the public know what Tesla's capable of. And that's a good thing, it sounds like. They had the ability to do things I didn't even know existed, he says. It scared the shit out of me. This is the guy who was head of security? Or was he just a security officer? The security manager. So, a top guy. Maybe not the top guy, but a top guy. They had the ability to do things I didn't even know existed. It scared the shit out of me. That's coming from, like, that says security manager at the Gigafactory. Oh, just like the whole Wall Street Bets, him siding with them against the shorters that caused Wall Street Bets to be seen in front of Congress. Yeah. Yeah, see, like, somebody's got too much power when they could just, like, fire off a tweet and you get some bullshit. People have to go testify in front of Congress after somebody fucking tweeted something. If that happens, you know something's gone wrong. All right, Guthrow isn't the first person to blow the whistle on security operatives at a fast-growing transportation company. 2 years ago, Richard Jacobs, a manager of global intelligence at Uber Technologies, claimed his colleagues surreptitiously recorded conversations of rival executives and its own employees, among other ethically dubious actions. He later walked back some of his accusations, but Uber's new management has since apologized, disavowed surveillance, and generally promised to be nicer. Two of the Uber investigators named by Jacobs, Nicholas Gicinto and Jacob Nokun, sued him for defamation, calling his claims character assassination for cash. They said his accusations would make it hard for them to get new jobs. Well, I mean, yeah. They were wrong. While the press reacted to Uber's alleged misdeeds with the shocking fucking blockbuster bonkers criminal allegations tweeted by Amir Efrati, a reporter at The Information, Musk saw some promising recruits. So the whistle gets blown on these people, and then Elon Musk recruits them. Apparently, like, in response to that. Hell, he was one of the reasons for the doggy coin rise because Musk made tweets about it. Yeah. Like, he's being like a kingmaker with this kind of shit. That's dangerous. Everything Musk does is so fucking ridiculous. Yeah. So like the NSA. Yeah, they were spying on people like the NSA does. Yeah, so these people got the whistle blown on them, and Musk saw some promising recruits. In early 2018, he named Jeff Jones, a top Uber security executive, as his global security chief, and hired Jacinto and Nokan as investigators, interviewing the three personally. So he finds out about some people who have the whistle blown on them for spying on employees, and he personally interviews them for high-level security jobs at Tesla. This is who Elon Musk is. Interviewing the three personally, according to Guthro. Musk defended Jacinto in the tech news site to the tech news site Gizmodo, saying he'd been thrown under the bus by Uber for the sins of others. Tesla didn't make Jacinto or Nokan available for comment. Jones, who left Tesla in November, declined to comment. And then this is Guthro, one of those guys that got the whistle blown on him at Uber. Man, this story is just bonkers. Fuck. At this time, the Gigafactory, a huge 3-story expanse 20 miles east of Reno, was a chaotic place. Musk had warned repeatedly that Tesla would have to survive production hell as it scrambled to hire staff and speed up manufacturing for the Model 3 sedan. He suffered through the experience, sleeping in his office and later giving tearful interviews in which he confessed he was near the end of his rope. This is, like I tell you, the most excruciatingly hellish several months that I have ever had, he said at Tesla's annual meeting in June 2018. It was this chaos that Tripp, a former U.S. Navy electronics technician who joined the company in late 2017, claimed he wanted to calm. He complained to superiors that the factory was in a constant state of flux and there were parts scattered everywhere, often in ways that seemed to him to be unsafe and wasteful. He suggested his bosses try to cut down on the scrap, but wrote an email to Musk that went unanswered. I kept bringing this up to management supervisors, anyone who would listen, Tripp would later tell The Guardian in an interview. Everyone just said, yeah, whatever. Guthro says that if Tripp was ignored, it was partly because of his problems barely rated in Nevada. The Gigafactory, one of the world's largest buildings by floor area, had been filled with workers so quickly that it was almost impossible to control. Not long after Guthro started in January 2018, he discovered that many employees, some of whom were living out of their car in the corners of the industrial park, were using cocaine and meth in the bathrooms. Others were having sex in parts of the factory that were still under construction. Guthro says the scanners guards used to check badges were unreliable, so they'd wave in anyone with a piece of paper that looked legitimate. Local scrap yards called him to report thieves were trying to sell obscure electric vehicle parts. Wow. Man. All right. I think we got to the meat of this article about how Elon Musk was just going after this guy, but like that's a little insight into how batshit fucking crazy this sounds like freedom to me. Yeah. Couldn't make some money, Anons. Yeah. Getting into the fictitious capital business, scamming people for your fucking. We're gonna use this new technology that nobody really understands. Please give us lots of money so that we can go build one of the world's largest buildings by floor area to manufacture shit in. Wow. I don't know. Do people want me to continue reading this article? Because I'm about halfway through it. But I think we kind of get the picture here. And Kapistan in one place. Yeah, right? Well, this is what people talk about when they talk about like neo-feudalism and shit, where they're talking about, I mean, that may not be the best word for it. Can I link the article? Hell yeah. Although it's Bloomberg, so I don't know if you want... Oh, wait, shit. Let me reload it so I get the... I accidentally pasted in the address field. Yeah, there you go. It's Bloomberg, though, so be warned. Yeah. Yeah. Gnarly stuff. And Capistan, but in for real. Memes about niche ideologies are no longer niche and no longer memes. Yeah, kind of. I mean, no problem, Fred Engels. It's like, yeah, Nosballs are like that too. But you know, there used to be what they call company towns, where you basically had a business would set up a town where they needed to do some industry, like mining or something. And they'd pay you in like a special currency that you could only spend at the company store in the company town. And like the police, the law enforcement were just like the security of the company. And they had like laws and shit that were company policy. So like, this isn't so much a new thing as it is a resurgence of what happens when you have like totally unregulated capitalism. And it's appropriately out in the middle of the fucking Nevada desert, away from the rest of civilization where this kind of stuff usually happens. But yeah, it's like EA, but in real life. And yeah, video game companies are often on like the bleeding edge of this kind of wacky hyper exploitation because they're in like a new and unregulated market. So there isn't anything really safeguarding them. And like video game development, aside from being like really shitty to consumers with, you know, like microtransactions and whatever, they basically, most of them run sweatshops at the development studios. We got Nosbol and Caps. If we don't get Soviet land soon, I'm going to be sad. Oh no, we've got Nosbol and ANCAPs. If we don't get Soviet land soon, I'm going to be sad. Yeah, I mean, hey, people in Bessemer, Alabama are trying to unionize at Amazon, so good signs for the future. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're done with this article. Nobody's clamoring for me to read the rest of it. But thank you for posting it. Who was it who posted that? Who posted the Elon Musk article? That was... There we go. SciTube Enjoyer. Thank you. That was a good article. Good insight into who Elon Musk is and all that stuff. Wow, the news thread is really active right now. I'm looking... I'm at the op-ed section there. I feel like people were posting a bunch of stuff about Amazon, so I can sort of look at some of that. Yeah, Amazon has a superstructural advantage in a massive propaganda machine. The left's always fighting an uphill battle. America, where cuckolding has been a way of life since 1776. Yeah. I mean, the United States is basically like the original bourgeois state, sort of. They're like, hey, yeah, let's like create a country from scratch so that these like landowners can have things their way. Yeah, and somebody's posting Posadas memes about how things are just too fucked for us to recover, and we just gotta blow it all up with nukes. Oh, and here's like somebody who's claiming to be an authority. Many of the T needs that don't work at Amazon. Many of these people fear losing their jobs as a retaliation for voting yes, which I mean that's fair. But it's even worse than that, as we saw with the earlier articles. Yeah, even in Yankland, this is illegal, and I don't know. And that is the whole point of a union. I'm not blaming the workers, simply despairing. I also have 2 jobs. Yeah, that's how it is these days in this economy. 2,000 cards, 750 votes. Yeah, roughly. It was also only like 43% of the people at the factory who even voted. And that's after, yeah. So like, definitely sounds like some suspicious stuff is up. The eternal burger brain. I mean, that's unfair. As much as I like to shit on the U.S. ideology, it's not that. It's a result of the campaign that they did against it. Also, only bad news this time. No, it's not. The whole thing has been raising awareness, and people who were in on this are going to be looking for other things to do since this method failed. And there's also the NLRB is looking into this. Who counts those votes? Good question. As Joseph Stalin didn't actually say, but is quoted as saying all the time, it's not who votes that counts, it's who counts the votes. Because we're the heart of the empire, who knew? Don't blame the workers for being deceived or frightened into voting against their long-term interests. Strive to make them better, but don't blame them. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly. Yeah, no, this Anon's also pointing out more than half of them didn't vote, to the person talking about, like, they're being afraid of losing their jobs. Yeah. That's a very cursed tally, is 1,798 votes against 738. And these are all posts that were posted before News Anon even got to the second post in the thread. Oh yeah, we already looked at this article, I think. Or no, we haven't. That's the one we haven't looked at yet. So somebody else recommended one of News Anon's articles. That's about something else. Maybe we get to that in a second. Hold on, let me turn off the browser real quick in case anybody posted something I don't want to share on stream. Damn, that's a lot of posts for the news thread. Wait, usually don't have that many. All right. Because we're heart of the empire, what difference does that make? I mean, ideologically it makes some difference because people are going to have a different view of labor relations. Retail work kind of works differently than like factory work. And there's just different ideology associated with it. But also, the companies are going to fight extra hard to keep from losing a foothold at home. So... Oh, hey, I see Simone and Capitalist Realism are in here. How's it going? The way forward is not unions, but... Yeah, so here's an argument that's come up. The way forward is not unions, but internationally coordinated workers' councils outside and against the handshaking union bureaucracy. And of course, there's a response. How do you intend to set those up? Would you not encounter most of the same problems and perhaps others as well? Yep, you would. But it's trying something else. Hawaiian fuck. I forgot that this stuff was associated with the Boogaloo Boys. I'm not a Boogaloo Boy. let me disavow Boogaloo Boys. Or at least, like, whatever you call it. No, I'm not a Boogaloo. I'm not. I just realized that I might look like one. That's not my deal at all. I'm a communist. I do like flowers on shirts and stuff. It looks nice. I'm not the kind of dipshit that would wear this with like what do you call it? Like a military style kit. Fuck that. But I like this kind of shirt. I like Polynesian and faux Polynesian stuff. It's flowers and like chill music and like pina coladas. I like it. I'm white. What am I gonna say? Yeah. Any news on Ireland or shit with? Yeah, if anybody has anything on Ireland, please post it. That seemed like a very rapidly developing situation. Yeah, I used to really like tiki torches too. I like having little fires lighting stuff up, but then tiki torches got ruined. I don't think the tiki torches are gonna recover from that shit. Yeah, if anybody's got something on Ireland, post it. Let me actually check if there's anything on Ireland here. Nope, nothing on Ireland. Let me try Belfast. Nope, nothing on Belfast. So News Anon didn't post anything on that. Ruining shit is the only thing the right's good at. Well, they wouldn't really ruin it if people would just like say, yeah, I don't care that you use this, I'm still gonna enjoy it anyway. But yeah, I definitely couldn't walk out on the street wearing a Hawaiian shirt and carrying a tiki torch now. And I'm happy to like seed that land. It's not that great to begin with. Don't know why they used Hawaiian shirts. I think it was just to poke fun at like the whole situation. Oh, here we go. SciTube Enjoyer coming with the links again. I'll tell you what, actually, I'm gonna give you mod status. You've been very helpful. Let's here we go, moderators. Actually, wait. I gotta make sure I spell it right. There's only one E. Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, you're modded now. Oh, it's not a registered account. Whatever. That's a bummer. You get to have mod rights while you're here, though. Hawaiian shirts are memes. Yeah, they are memes. They've always been like goofy shit, but I don't know. I like flower prints, and I like button-up shirts and short sleeves. So the same riots that I saw when I was on Twitter. Oh, this has a very very striking image right at the top. Bus torched in more Northern Ireland violence as British and Irish leaders call for calm. Here we go. Let me actually drag this over here. Updated 10:40 GMT. So it's 8:30 here now. I'm 4 hours behind them, so that would be like 2 hours ago. I got a video.
Lawmakers in Northern Ireland are holding emergency talks today after a sixth straight night of violence in Belfast.
Let me rewind it so we can get the... Oh, I forget that it always stretches it out like that. Why is it buffering so hard? I'm not doing that much right now. Well, I guess I am watching my stream on 3 different tabs. Let me pause those. This shouldn't buffer that hard. It's not that... I don't have an option for the... What the fuck? It was playing a second ago. There we go.
Lawmakers in Northern Ireland are holding emergency talks today after a sixth straight night of violence in Belfast. The Irish and British Prime Ministers both condemning the escalating unrest across Northern Ireland, which has left dozens of people injured. Unionists and nationalists are clashing with...
They destroyed that bus.
...each other. The violence is happening for 2 reasons. Sinn Féin accuses the Democratic Unionist Party of stoking tensions by opposing the creation of a new post-Brexit trade protocol. The Unionists angry that police refused to prosecute Sinn Féin for allegedly breaking COVID-19 restrictions at a funeral last year.
To be clear, they emptied the bus first. Yeah, I mean... I would assume they, like, grabbed it at a stop or something like that, probably. Alright. I don't care about watching clouds, CNN. Oh, come on. The autoplay shit's gonna follow me? Come on. These fucking websites, dude. How do I close this shit? Is there a fucking... There's no X on here. Motherfucker. I swear to God, these fucking websites with this bullshit. Alright, I can still like, keep it in frame. Yeah, it was clear they told everyone to get off the bus, then set it on fire. Yeah, I mean, I think that the situation would be a lot fucking worse if they had set the bus on fire while people were still in it. I think that we'd be reading very different articles about this situation if that's what happened. Yeah, the anarchists do the same thing in Chile, when they protest against bus fares, etc. Yeah, I mean, it's not a good look for any cause to just kill civilians or directly endanger their lives by throwing firebombs at them. So it makes sense why you would do that. I've heard rumors of the driver being on it again. Yeah. And it's apparently this is loyalists who it's the troubles again without the IRA. Maybe it's like, it's the Marx quote. History repeats itself first as tragedy and as farce. Instead of like protesting, colonizing Ireland by the Brits, they're protesting fucking Brexit. Oh my god. I think there are IRA groups still active. I mean, probably to a degree, but I haven't seen car bombs yet. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of hope that this is just like fizzles out, because this is like over some dumb bullshit, basically. But I don't know. If somebody was saying that there might be IRA groups getting involved here, maybe they'd find a way to use the situation to like be like, hey, what the real good solution to this would be is Irish independence and reunification. So then you don't have to worry about the trade barriers with the European Union as a result of Brexit. That seems like the time to use this argument for reunification, right? And you wouldn't even have to like use any kind of political stuff like violence or whatever to make that fucking point. Like, people are already getting upset and all that shit, the loyalists here. So, just be like, hey, what if we reunified? Loyalists want to put up the Unionist flag due to Philip's death. Not surprising. They are violating the Easter Agreement with the hard border. I don't know the technicalities of that stuff. I'm not super read up on the history of the Troubles, but I mean, do they really care if they're violating agreements? Loyalists put the British government in this position, which makes it worse. They voted down May's deal, which would have avoided this. So the same kind of thing as the Brexit voters who like vote for Brexit and say, I wasn't expecting this to go this way. Now that I have to go through customs to go to Europe to ride the Channel Tunnel, my business isn't going to survive because of these taxes and regulations that I have to put my... that's like a New Zealand accent. Yeah, no, like it's the same kind of shit as people who are regretting voting for the Brexit or voting for Trump or whatever the fuck. Just didn't think through the consequences of their politics. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe they've learned a lesson, and maybe now is an opportunity for Ireland to reunify. I could see that happening. Brexit was a bit based from an accelerationist standpoint. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe in the sense that it's eroding. Like I say that as an EU comrade. Yeah, I mean, the EU is like, it's a wing of the Western bourgeoisie, so weakening that by having the UK pull out, you could say that's a good move in the long term, or for like big picture stuff. I don't know. It's just kind of too much of a clusterfuck at this point to probably judge the impact of it yet, I think. EU is an imperialist institution, yeah, but I don't like the idea of British expansion. I feel like this is going to hobble the UK, though. I feel like it's not going to give them more opportunity to expand. Like, so much of their economy got enmeshed with Europe, or the continent, and now it's like all fucked up because of Brexit. EU is an imperialist project of Germany and French. I mean, they're definitely the big players who are gaining the most from it. Yeah. Was there any more news on the who broke that politician's legs in Germany? Oh man, that sounds intense. Especially with Britain porky free to have more control and more. Yeah, we don't need a British re-expansion. EU was able to stop British expansion to some extent. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, they've got France and Germany kind of keeping them in check. But I don't know. It seems, especially with the way the economy is right now with COVID and all that shit, it seems like it would be too destabilizing, at least in the short term, for them to be able to like recover from what's happening in Britain with Brexit. Britain already has trade deals in Southeast Asia. Okay. Okay. It's bad enough having one Anglo Empire. We don't need the British back again. I'm with you. All right. Well, let's see what else this article says. I think I've exhausted the chat for now on the topic of Ireland and Brexit. The White House joined Northern Irish, British, and Irish leaders on Thursday, expressing concerns as parts of Northern Ireland experienced a week of violence as unionists and nationalists clashed with police and each other. Unrest that first broke out last week amid rising tensions relating to Brexit and unionist anger over a decision by police not to prosecute leaders of the Irish Nationalist Party Sinn Féin for allegedly breaking coronavirus restrictions during the funeral of a former leading IRA figure. They had like 3,000 people or like 2,000 people when they were only supposed to have 30 or something like that. In West Belfast on Wednesday, rioters clashed along the so-called peace line, driving predominantly unionist and nationalist communities, with police struggling to close a gate designed to separate the areas. A bus was set on fire on Lanark Way near the junction with Shankill Road, police said. Photos and videos from the scene showed youths on both sides of the gate throwing projectiles across, including petrol bombs. At least 55 police officers have been injured in clashes over the past 6 days. Police Service for Northern Ireland, PSNI, Chief Constable Simon Byrne told the Northern Irish government on Thursday. Clashes were reported in Springfield Road in Belfast on Thursday evening. Videos posted on social media showed protesters throwing stones at police vehicles on the nationalist side of the peace line. Officers in riot gear with dogs and a water cannon were seen moving to disperse those involved. Always with the water cannons and the dogs. Northern Irish Justice Minister Naomi Long called on people to stop before lives are lost. Utterly reckless and depressing to see more violence at interface areas tonight, Long wrote on Twitter. My heart goes out to those living in the area who are living with this fear and disturbance. Yeah, well, who created this situation in the first place? Earlier on Thursday, Irish Taoiseach Michael Martin condemned the violence and attacks on police, adding the only way forward is to address issues of concern through peaceful and democratic means. He said in a statement, "Now is the time for the two governments and leaders on all sides to work together to diffuse tensions and restore calm." Maybe it is time to reduce calm, I don't know. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he was deeply concerned by the scenes of violence in Northern Ireland. The way to resolve differences... I don't know, what's Boris Johnson's accent sound like? I feel like it's like one of the lower class British accents. The way to resolve differences is through dialogue, not violence or criminality, Johnson said on Twitter. Martin and Johnson spoke later that day. The way forward is through dialogue and working the institutions of the Good Friday Agreement, a statement from Martin's office said. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki appealed for calm on Thursday, telling reporters that the U.S. remains steadfast supporters of a secure and prosperous Northern Ireland in which all communities have a voice and enjoy the gains of the hard-won peace, Psaki added. State Department spokesperson Ned Price added that the Good Friday Agreement, which brought decades of deadly sectarian violence across Ireland to an end, must not become a casualty of Brexit. Is this another video? Oh yeah, they got more videos. Cool. If I could get this one out of the fucking way. Wait if it'll load.
Writing on Northern Ireland's walls is a chill blast from the province's violent past. Anger is rising over Brexit customs checks, known as the Northern Ireland Protocols. The messages threaten Northern Ireland's Good Friday peace agreement, a red line for US President Joe Biden. In pro-British unionist communities, where frustrations are strongest, fears of violence are growing.
And you see a lot of writing on the wall. It's scary. It's scary, and I really wouldn't want to go back. I mean, I grew up in the Troubles, and I really wouldn't want to go back to that again.
Murals of gunmen on the streets here are nothing new, but this is something else. The name of Ireland's Deputy Prime Minister and his address written on the wall, now quickly painted out. That tells you tensions here are rising. The lightning rod for discontent is customs checks on trucks like these, crossing the Irish Sea from mainland UK. Northern Ireland is inside the EU single market for goods, different to the rest of the UK. So goods now require checks. Truckers face costly new delays.
We've had to employ 10 people to do customs clearance, to make sure we can do traces, to make sure that all the paperwork is correct.
Everyone is impacted. New soil controls mean plants previously sourced from mainland UK are now easier to get from the EU.
I feel we have been let down. Yes, I feel that maybe there wasn't enough investigation as to what the rules were going to be.
Yeah, that's Porky.
Soil is at the very essence of identity politics here. Any erosion of that unfettered bond with mainland UK is for some unionists an existential threat. Tempers are fraying.
It's weird to hear them say identity politics.
Which breaks up the United Kingdom, tear up the agreement which breaks up all the promises you made to the people of Northern Ireland that you would have unfettered access to your biggest market in GB.
Ominously, loyalist paramilitaries, still dangerous in some pro-British communities, have withdrawn support from the Good Friday peace agreement, according to their representatives.
It's very easy for matters to spiral out of control, but for the COVID restrictions, there would already have been street demonstrations. I've no doubt the ports would have been blockaded.
Pressure is mounting on Boris Johnson, and not just from pro-British unionists. He angered
Ireland does seem like a nice place to go.
Lawsuit from them by unilaterally extending the customs changes transition period from 3 to 9 months. Faces trade deal difficulties with the US if Northern Ireland's peace breaks down. And has lost the confidence of non-unionist politicians here too.
I don't think Boris Johnson truly understands what he's dealing with here. He just thinks it's something that can be managed and kept on a low rolling boil.
Finding compromise will be hard. Johnson's relations with the EU are worsening. Not for the first time. The United States could find itself brokering Northern Ireland out of trouble. Nick Robertson, CNN, Belfast, Northern Ireland.
Yeah. It's funny how much that was just like, I'm not going to be able to make as much profit as I wanted to because of the Brexit and all of the controls on trading that's going to be happening. It's like there's like real like regular people who are struggling with shit too, but of course they're only going to pay attention to business owners. Green Joe versus Blue BO. Who's the BO? You mean like the old board owner? I don't know what the joke is there. Statement from the West Belfast Ulster Political Research Group connected loyalist paramilitaries. Two loyalist paramilitaries, the Ulster Defence Association, said the recent violence has deflected from the original issues that have caused so much dismay and anger within our community. Police in the region are still attempting to confirm whether or not paramilitary groups were involved in the rioting, PSNI Assistant Chief Constable Jonathan Roberts said during a press conference Thursday. Roberts joined leaders in deploring the involvement of children as young as 13 or 14 years old in the rioting, who were encouraged and supported by adults who stood by and clapped. Wow, okay. Oh, B.O. Boris, okay. Green Joe versus Blue Bo, okay. Yeah, they had the kids throwing shit and having the adults just there cheerleading for it. It's pretty grotesque. Brandon Lewis, the UK's representative to Northern Ireland, is to meet with political leaders, community, and faith leaders in the region, according to a statement from his office Thursday. The rioting became the subject of a parliamentary debate amongst Northern Irish lawmakers on Thursday. Arlene Foster, the region's first minister, said the disturbances had caused great harm to Northern Ireland's reputation during its centenary year. Deputy First Minister Michelle O'Neill, one of the political figures to attend the contentious funeral, called it a miracle that, as we stand here today, that no one has been killed by Wednesday's violence. So far, at least. If the kids are young enough, they probably can't be prosecuted. I mean, yeah, 13 or 14-year-old. I don't know what the statutory laws are like in Ireland and the UK, but yeah, that seems like pretty young to be charged, which is like a really grotesque and cynical reason to deploy fucking child soldiers. Like, well, the trick is if you get them started young enough, they can't be charged with war crimes. The kiddies, they can't be held accountable for what they do in war. Oh, man. It's fucking gross. I would live in Ireland, though a lot of my ancestors are from Germany. Yeah, I mean, honestly, who cares where your ancestors are from? You should be able to live wherever you please, wherever is nice. Not to say that it doesn't matter what your history is, it's just it shouldn't control where you go. Oh, yo. What's up? Oh, capitalist realism said yo and then left. You can't put me before Den Haag. I'm only 12. Yeah, mounting anger. Tensions have been growing in Northern Ireland since the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union, creating a border between British ruled North and Republican Ireland of the South, which remains in the EU. I want to know what's going on with Scotland too, because Scotland voted to leave, or they had a vote potentially leaving Britain, and then they didn't, and then Britain left the EU, and now they're like, maybe we should have left. No, it shouldn't be easier to go to, though. Potential border between British ruled North and Republic and the Republic of Ireland to the south. It says Republican, though, which remains in the EU. The lack of border had been seen as a key element of the post-1998 peace that followed 3 decades of sectarian violence. Important point. Yeah. Important point. I don't know. I wonder how much they talked about this kind of shit before they voted on Brexit. It seems like something that didn't get a whole lot of attention. Under the Northern Ireland Protocol of the Brexit Withdrawal Agreement, the de facto border was created in the Irish Sea, with goods entering Northern Ireland from mainland Britain subject to EU checks, a move which angered unionists who have accused London of abandoning them. Well, hey, maybe now's a good time to reunify Ireland. Speaking to CNN Democratic Unionist Party MP Sammy Wilson called for Johnson to tear up the agreement which breaks up the United Kingdom, tear up the agreement which breaks up all the promises you made to the people of Northern Ireland. Last month, the Loyalist Communities Council, a grouping of unionist paramilitaries, said it was withdrawing its support for the Good Friday Agreement, which ended the Troubles. Well, shit. I didn't hear about that part of the story yet. That's ooh. Okay. While the LCC said opposition would be peaceful, the letter said the groups would not rejoin until our rights under the agreement are restored and the Brexit protocol amended to ensure unfettered access for goods, services, and citizens throughout the United Kingdom. LCC Chairman David Campbell recently said it's very easy for matters to spiral out of control. That's why it's essential for dialogue to take place. That sounds like a threat. Yeah, oh shit's right. Writing on Twitter late Wednesday, Mary Lou MacDonald, an Irish lawmaker and leader of Sinn Féin, said, a united voice for a halt to all violence and the restoration of calm is the only acceptable stance from all political leaders. The attacks and intimidation must end. The story has been corrected to reflect the clashes on Springfield Road took place Thursday night, not Friday. Well, that's actually kind of it is looking like Troubles 2.0. First as tragedy, then as farce. Yeesh. All right, what time is it? 8:54. All right. I think I'll go through this Amazon article a little bit. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I don't know. Maybe I'll just skim it. I don't want to repeat too much of the same stuff. Tell you what, I'll save that. That's part of the op-eds anyway. So I'll save that. And I'll get to the other headlines next. Read through those, and yeah, that's right, Free Ireland. I'll read through the rest of these posts, these headlines, and maybe some more articles. First, though, I'm going to go take a break. I'm going to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Set up the timer. Let's see. I'll maybe find some meme to queue up. Probably some new good stuff from some of the meme posters that I haven't seen in a while. What do we got? Oh, here we go. This is something about Prince Philip. Oh, it's too short. Dialectical Vegan Ego estimated some cool stuff, but it was just too short. Another one about Thatcher, probably also too short.
Do you think she did any good?
Yeah, too short. Alright, whatever. I'll be right back. Somebody else wants to queue up something, do it, and skip. I'll put back my stream when I get back. Oh, hey there, solitary Twitch viewer. I haven't put the embed back on there. Listening to, what is it? Kinky Boots, Irish Rebel Song. I'll unmute that tab so you can hear it.
A brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. My good friend Nigel, he's in the SAS. Oh yes, oh yes. He said that change is just as good as a rest. Oh yes, but now they've gone and posted him way down to Cross the Glen. He wishes to blazes he was back in jail again. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land. My good friend Sammy, he's in the DUP. An outstanding member, as all the world could see. I said go up to Donegal if you want to have some fun. He said I'll take a run there if I have nothing on. Oh, I've got a brand new shiny helmet and a pair of kinky boots. I've got a lovely new flak jacket and a lovely khaki suit. And when we go on night patrol, we hold each other's hands. We are the British Army and we're here to take your land.
A merry month of May, now from me home I started, left the girls at Hume and nearly broken heart, saluted father dear, kissed me darling mother, drank a pint of beer, me grief and tears I spotted enough to reap the corn, leave where I was born, caught a stout black tarn to banish ghosts and goblins, brand new pair of brogues.
Yeah, I was muted. I'll just play another.
All the dogs on the rocky road to Dublin, 1 to 3 for 5.
Yeah, go ahead, actually go ahead, go put it in black and tans.
In Mullingar the blight arrested limb so weary started by daylight. This morning bright and nearly took a drop of the pure. Keep me heart from sinking, that's the paddy's cure. When Aries up for drink to see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style to set your heart a bubbling. Asked me was I hired, wages I required till I was almost tired of the rock. To Dublin 1 to 3 for 5. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin back for Lally. In Dublin next to Ryan, thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived the view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality bundle it was told. When in a neat locality some did cross me mind. When I looked behind a bundle could I find upon me a wobble inquiring for the road. Said me Connacht Brogue, it wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Dublin 1 to 3 for 5. Put the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin back for Lally. From there I got away, my spirits never failing, landed on the cage just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said the storeroom Harry when I jumped aboard a cabin brown for a paddy. Down among the pigs, did some hearty rigs, a dance, some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling when a Polly head. Wished myself was dead, I bet the bar instead on the rocky road to Dublin 1 to 3 for 5. Hunt the hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the ways to Dublin back for Lally. hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the way to Dublin, Macfallalira.
Love these instruments and melodies.
Myself a fool, I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil. Emperor I was losing, poor old Aaron's oil, oh they began. It was in Haram, my soul says I'm a shillelagh, I'll a fly. Galway boys were buying, saw I was a hobbling with a low and hooray. Join in the affray, quickly clear the way for the rocky road to Dublin, 1 to 3 for 5. Put my hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the way to Dublin, Macfallalira. Put my hair and turn her down the rocky road and all the way to Dublin, Macfallalira.
All right, we got one more song and then back on to the news. Black and Tans, classic one.
I was born on a Dublin street where the loyal drums did beat, and those loving English feet, they walked all over us. And every single night, when
Shit.
he'd invite the neighbours out with this chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra. Come let us hear you tell how you slandered great Parnell when you thought him well and truly persecuted. Where are the sneers and jeers that you loudly let us hear when our leaders of 16 were executed? Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra.
Man, the music video is something else too.
Them old Arabs 2 by 2, like the Zulus, they had spears and bow and arrows. How bravely you faced one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened them damn natives to the marrow. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra. Now the time is coming fast, and I think them days are here when each English Johnny and he'll run before us. And if there'll be a need, then our kids will say Godspeed with the verse or two of singing this fine chorus. Come out, you black and tans, come out and fight me like a man. Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like hell away from the green and lovely lanes of Killishandra.
All right, so that's the end of the music section. We'll go back to the news now. All right, let's see, I've got me up there. I'll turn me off so I'm not using a bunch of bandwidth for that. All right, and I did take myself off mute this time. Unfortunately, there's a fucking hailstorm happening here right now, it sounds like, so I don't know, is my audio fucked up by that, or is it still okay? Actually, I could preview the audio. Well, my noise gate's not going to work because there's always a consistent level of noise in the background, but yeah, sometimes that shit just happens, you know. It's changing of the seasons. Oh, I could do some actual ASMR if you want me to. Do some really quiet sounds. Here's some quiet sounds. Do a little ASMR stream while I read the news. No, I don't. I might get into the ASMR shit at some point. I probably do have the voice for it, but I'm not gonna fuck with that right now. Well, hey, if it's adding some like calming ambience, that's good. Maybe it stopped just as it started. But hey, that's changing seasons. All right, where were we with this? I think we only got to the first story because we were so caught up with like Amazon and the suggestions about Ireland and shit. So I guess I'm just gonna start reading through News Anon's headlines here. So let's see. Made of plastic, cleaning up Bolivia's Uru Lake. It's a shame that so much garbage has come here because it has accumulated in many years, perhaps a decade. Now we have to think about the future. Let's clean and then we'll become aware so that we don't have to clean again, he said. I'm not sure who he is. They're quoting somebody though. Is it going to resize for me? Nope, I'll resize the window. There we go. There's a video for this. We can play that. That might be quicker. Bolivia's Uru Lake is more plastic than water, reflecting years of pollution and the scar of climate change.
Así que yo me encuentro ahorita en un lago, pero de plástico. No me encuentro en el lago Uru. Creo que si todos aportamos desde un granito de arena, como dije, recogiendo nuestra basura o viniendo a ayudar acá, pues vamos a hacer que este lugar se vea hermoso de aquí a un tiempo.
Ça fait de la peine qu'il y ait autant de poubelles par ici parce que ça doit faire au moins 10 ans que ça s'est accumulé. Donc on va plutôt penser au futur et puis on nettoie et puis ensuite on va avoir plus de conscience pour l'environnement.
That guy's speaking French.
De faire ce genre d'activité.
So there's an international effort to help clean it up. It's blocking the text. Come on. Lowered its water levels while rivers deposited mountains of plastic waste. Well, that was not something that was going to get addressed under Jeanine Áñez, but Luis Arce might do something about it. I'm now in a lake, but made of plastic. We saw that in the video. Cities are growing, pollution by garbage is growing, and gradually that means our lake Uru is dying, just like our lake Popo. It's an indigenous language, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Alex Dessard, a French social media influencer, I guess that was the guy from the video, who helped clean up Bolivia's famed train cemetery on the salt flats of Uyuni, was one of many cleaning up Uru on Wednesday, pulling out tires and other plastic from blackened water. That's a good mission to go on. Help clean some shit up, but also like get people's attention on this stuff, because really the whole plastic shit is like not the Uwu Lake. Yeah, no, like the plastic shit is like a much more fundamental problem with the way that production's handled in capitalism, because all the incentive is on profit. Nobody really cares about waste products because they don't have to worry about paying the expenses of disposing of them, and they just end up piling up. So that's a bummer of a story, but it's good that people are dealing with the problem now. All right, let's move on. Vigils to be held this weekend to mark 2 years since Assange's arrest. God, it's been 2 years already. Vigils are being held on Sunday by campaigners outside Belmarsh in southeast London and the Ecuadorian embassy, where Mr. Assange spent 7 years before he was dragged out by British police in 2019. Supporters call for his release. Yeah, I don't think I need to really read the story there, but damn. Seeing the pure devastation we cause on the earth is such a head fuck. It makes me cry. Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I could go pull up some video of just like plastic-filled oceans and shit, but I don't really want to bum people out. It's definitely something to think about, though. It's definitely a good reason to fight for socialism, where people can actually plan production, and it's not going to be... production won't be a slave to profit, because that's really what this is about. It's profit. There's no expense associated with this plastic waste for these companies, so they don't care about it. I mean, like, the best you could do is maybe some kind of single-use plastic or plastic waste tax, but that's not going to go anywhere. You really have to get rid of capitalism for this to go anywhere. Well, it's not just pretty sad, it is devastating. It's terrible. I mean, I don't know if there's any kind of thing we can come up with that would, like, eat and digest plastic. That's probably going to be necessary at some point in the future, just because of how much there is out there. Like, I think we're at the point now where pretty much every human on Earth has some significant amount of plastic in their bodies, from like microplastics, those little beads of plastic that float around in the drinking water and you consume. Fungi will save the human race. Yeah, fungi could definitely be a potential method for consuming the plastic. I think that's a legitimate avenue to pursue for that. But yeah, I think that would be a necessary part of cleaning it up, because, you know, you can stop production right now. All the plastic that's out there is still out there, and you got to figure out what to do with it. Oh yeah, most plastic in the seas is from fishing nets. Reminder, that's true. And it's an example of no incentive not to pollute, because it's cheaper for commercial fishing ships to just drop the nets once they're done, instead of like take them back, recycle them or whatever. There's also, like, I mean, I think that this shirt, probably this bandana, I'm sure, have like synthetic fibers and shit in them, and that stuff frays all the time, and little pieces of it get out in the air and the water. It's like a huge problem too. But yeah, most of the plastic in the seas is from fishing nets, and commercial fishing is a huge problem for other reasons too, ecologically. I mean, the fisheries are being depleted. A lot of populations are in pretty serious danger of collapse. I think there are bacteria that eat plastic. Well, probably only certain types of plastic. That's the thing, is that there's like many different types of plastic, so yeah. But bacteria and fungi that could be maybe genetically engineered to do that, to make use of those plastics, would be probably a necessary step. Because those chemicals aren't going to just break down on their own. There's nothing in the natural environment that is able to do that. Although I will say, there was a long period of time, like millions of years, between the point where cellulose fiber that provides the structure for wood and trees, between when that evolved, it appeared, and the appearance of something that could actually consume and what's the term for it? Decompose cellulose. So like millions of years of gap where that was just building up. Not exactly the same as plastic, but a similar sort of situation where, you know, eventually things might adapt. And if we've already got bacteria and fungi that can consume plastics and turn them into something else, then maybe they'll have a huge advantage if they just get released into all these giant gyres of plastic in the Pacific Ocean. A huge problem, just like dumping chemicals into the water supply. Yeah, it's very complicated. There's tons of different angles to all that stuff. Big problem. But yeah, the thing at the bottom of it is capitalism, which does make it a lot easier to deal with the stuff. Is to say, we got a single thing that we can try to fix that will help us deal with all of it. because then you don't have this huge incentive to be wasteful and dump harmful chemicals and all that stuff. You can actually plan what you're doing, and people generally don't like this stuff, so they can choose to use methods that don't produce that kind of waste, because it's possible. We could do it right now. We have the technology. We just aren't doing it because it's not profitable. Like we've got, you can make plastic out of or a plastic substitute out of hemp that'll biodegrade and doesn't build up. We just don't do it because it's not profitable. All right, anyway. Chinese Navy ships chase Philippine news crew in South China Sea as U.S. Manila express concern. The PLA Navy deployed two vessels carrying missiles to drive away the boat ferrying the news team as it traveled across reefs in Palawan. U.S. Secretary of State Blinken and his Philippine counterpart Lacson expressed their concerns about Chinese militia vessels in the Whitsun Reef, or Whitesun Reef. Yeah, I fucking called for suing the company that basically poisoned the water supply with Gen X. I basically said it was going to damage the ecosystem and the port city where the river went to. Which company? And what's that event that you're referring to? Because there's a ton of examples of massive pollution. No. So, two vessels carrying missiles to drive away the boat ferrying the news team as it traveled across reefs in Palawan. Chinese fishing vessels moored at Whitsun Reef in South China Sea. Yeah, so here's some of those fishing boats that were dropping plastic into the ocean. Tensions escalating over China's move to mass militia vessels in disputed areas of the South China Sea, with the U.S. and Philippines expressing renewed concern and an investigation underway into reports that armed Chinese Navy ships chased down a civilian boat carrying a Filipino news crew. Local broadcaster ABS-CBN claimed the People's Liberation Army Navy deployed two vessels carrying missiles to drive away the ship as it traveled across reefs and shoals close to the western island province of Palawan. The report added it was first recorded instance of a military maneuver against a civilian boat. Well, did they know it was a civilian boat? That's an important question. I did this live on TV, mind you. I called out the company that did it, and I did this live on TV. Oh, wait, shit. And the parent company, DuPont, that allowed it to happen. After I spoke, the elected officials from the state House of Reps said, "Oh, why don't you trust your politicians?" Yeah, why? God damn. I wonder why. I fucking wonder why. Yeah. Fuck. We are concerned for the safety of anyone, unarmed civilians at sea. Department of National Defense spokesperson Arsenio Andalong said in a statement on Friday, the department has directed the armed forces to investigate the matter, the outcome of which will be used to coordinate any appropriate action, he added. During a phone call on Friday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Philippine Secretary of Foreign Affairs Teodoro Lacson discussed concerns about the buildup of China's maritime militia in the disputed waters, including Whitsun Reef, according to a U.S. readout. They reiterated calls for China to abide by the 2016 arbitration ruling issued pursuant to the Law of the Sea Convention. Blinken also reaffirmed that the U.S.-Philippine Mutual Defense Treaty applied to the South China Sea, the statement said. The growing tension comes as Chinese vessels, initially numbering in the hundreds, were spotted at Whitsun Reef, prompting protests from Manila. The U.S. last month said it stands by the Philippines while accusing China of using a maritime militia to intimidate, provoke, and threaten other nations. And the U.S. is not doing that at all. By no means. China said last month that the ships were simply taking shelter from the wind and the Philippines should review the situation in a rational light. Disputed area being disputed and having people come and check stuff out. Yeah. We had a story yesterday, I think, about the U.S. moving ships into the South China Sea, trying to maintain control over the trade happening there, so bunch of maneuvering, but not much really that's going to happen hot action wise because of, you know, the nukes. Wait, let's close this. There we go. What's next? Iran nuclear talks to continue next week after breakthrough. Well, that's good news, it sounds like. Talks on the terms for the U.S. and Iran to come back to compliance with the 2015 nuclear deal are to resume next week after making sufficient progress since Tuesday's breakthrough agreement on a roadmap for both sides. The U.S. has not been in direct talks with the Iranian delegation in Vienna this week, but is relaying messages mainly to European members of the body that oversees the deal. Maybe there's some good specifics in here. No. Do we have don't have an archive. Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister says all Trump-imposed sanctions must be lifted to revive the deal. Sounds reasonable. Let's go back to what the deal actually was originally. At least. Iran is insisting all sanctions imposed by the U.S. since 2016, including those classified by the U.S. as a non-nuclear related, must be lifted, and it is not clear whether Iran will take steps to come back into compliance until it is satisfied that the lifting of the sanctions has had a practical impact on its ability to conduct business, including exporting its oil. Sounds reasonable. The Trump administration imposed a wall of sanctions on Iran before and after it left the deal in 2018. The U.S. has, in the past, drawn a distinction between its willingness to lift nuclear-related sanctions and to retain those not linked to the nuclear deal, such as human rights or terrorism-related sanctions. I mean, all that shit's just pretense anyway. Lifting all U.S. sanctions imposed under the previous U.S. president is a necessary step in reviving the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the Iran deal. And only after verifying the lifting of these sanctions, Iran will be ready to stop its remedial actions and return to full implementation of the deal, Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Sayed Araghchi said at the end of the talks on Friday. Full-scale talks at the level of foreign ministry deputies will recommence on Wednesday, with technical talks between officials continuing in the interim. Araghchi said there would be no point in continuing the talks unless there was seriousness on the U.S. side. In our view, America has to take its actions in one step, then we'll verify, and then Iran will follow with its own actions. How verification will happen is another point of our discussion. So yeah, sounds like they're leveraging the position that they're in. Now that, you know, the U.S. kind of fucking shit the bed on this one. Kazem Gharibabadi, Iran's ambassador to the International Atomic Energy Agency, and a member of Iran's delegation to the talks, said the verification test to satisfy Iran that sanctions had been lifted in the practice was that the Islamic Republic should be able to conclude its oil contracts and export its oil. Or in the banking sector, it can perform its financial transactions through various financial channels. Russian and Chinese ambassadors present at the talks spoke of progress at the talks and the need to maintain momentum. Yeah. So it sounds like Iran is not playing pussyfooting around with this. They're actually going to be like, yeah, you fucked up, so we're going to actually make demands here. And if you don't come back to the table, fuck the deal. We're going to do what we want. Sounds like the right move. Under a law passed by the parliament in Tehran last December, the Iranian administration started to produce and store enriched uranium with a 20% purity level, breaking the 3.67% enrichment parameter set by the 2015 nuclear agreement. However, Tehran has repeatedly said its measures will be reversed as soon as Washington removes its sanctions. Yeah, so there you go. We can stop this anytime if you just fucking play ball like you originally were saying you would. So, hey, here's Trump being based accidentally by giving Iran a whole bunch of leverage in this situation. By ditching the Iran deal. The Joint Commission was briefed on the work of 2 expert groups on sanctions lifting and nuclear implementation measures, and participants noted the constructive and results-oriented changes. All right, and then they're asking for money. Yeah. Thank you, Donald Trump. You took a lot of pressure off Iran, and now they can kind of come back to the negotiating table with a little leverage. Ukraine rules out offensive against pro-Russia separatists. So Iran has nukes now. Probably not. They're definitely in a position to develop nukes, though. They could do that, and honestly, they should. Nukes are, at this point, kind of a necessary deterrent, you know? Libya had nukes, and then they got rid of them, and look what happened to Libya. So, yeah, Iran should be developing nukes, or at least plausibly appear to have nukes as a deterrent to an invasion. So, and they're, without the JCPOA restricting their ability to enrich uranium, they can make nukes now if they want. You know, they don't have any of those controls on them anymore. Thank you, Donald Trump. Based anti-imperialist Donald Trump. Only by accident. Yeah, keep their nuclear program so they can make nukes if they need to. More importantly to them probably is nuclear energy. Which it's, you know, that was also restricted in the deal because of like the worry of, oh, they're going to develop nukes if we let them do the stuff they need for the nuclear energy. But they should also develop nukes, honestly. Or at least like appear to be doing that. But yeah, that was something that Trump accidentally did right. Because he listened to too much Fox News complaining about. That was like so funny, because the reason why he did that pretty much is that Fox News like complains so much about the Iran nuclear deal, and that's like all he watches. And so he said, well, it looks like the Iran deal, it's a bunch of bullcrap, so I'm gonna just rip it up, and we're gonna withdraw from it, and fuck it. And like not realizing that it was actually like a pretty significant thing for U.S. imperialism to keep Iran vulnerable. Oh no, a country that cooed our coup wants to have nuclear energy can't have that. Yeah. I mean, that's basically the underlying thing, but I think Trump probably did buy into the thing of, oh no, these Islamic extremists in Iran, they're gonna develop a bunch of nuclear weapons, and then what happens? North Korea, they have missiles, and then Iran, they have nuclear weapons. What would happen if the DPRK and Iran happen to collaborate? Like, that's the kind of mentality that Trump has. He thinks in those kind of simplistic terms. I mean, that might even be giving him too much credit, actually. But yeah, good for Iran. Now they're not so beleaguered by the United States. So then the Ukraine story, they're saying that they're not going to use an offensive against pro-Russia separatists, but yeah, folks, Iran is going to develop a nuclear weapon, and then they're going to nuke our ally Israel. We can't have that, folks. We can't have that. We just can't. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like the mentality. Like a nuclear first strike would be a good idea. It's that Sam Harris bullshit. It's like, these people who believe in Islam, they're not rational, and they would just, of course, if they had nukes, they would just do a nuclear first strike, obviously, because like they want to blow up the whole world, right? That's what Islam is. And then like all these he's a neocon, but all the neocons buy that shit, and it's like, oh, we gotta stop any Muslim nation from getting a nuke because they'll blow up the world. Like they think like Muslim equals bomb. That's the mentality. Imagine if Iraq had nukes, it'd be a different story, for sure. For sure. Iraq might be like a functional country if they actually had weapons of mass destruction that was scaring the United States. They wouldn't have invaded. The United States wouldn't have invaded Iraq. That's you can probably take that to the bank, although it's a hypothetical. So, yeah. Anyway, maybe Ukraine's cooling down a little bit, because Ukraine said on Friday would not launch an offensive against pro-Russian separatists controlling two regions of the east as fears grow of major escalation and long-running conflict. So, if that's off the table, then maybe there's less danger of stuff blowing up. The statement came after fighting between Ukrainian army and separatists intensified in the recent weeks, and Russia massed troops on the border. The liberation of the temporarily occupied territories by force will inevitably lead to the death of a large number of civilians and casualties among the military, which is unacceptable for Ukraine, Ruslan Khomchak, leader of the General Staff of the Ukrainian Armed Forces, said in a statement. So, maybe that's a good sign. He accused Moscow of saying intimidation and blackmail by military force to exacerbate the situation. Ukraine is supported by the entire civilized world. We are not alone in the face of the enemy, Khomchak added. The White House said Thursday the number of Russian troops at the border with Ukraine was now greater than any time since 2014, when war in eastern Ukraine broke out after Russia annexed the Crimean Peninsula. Amid the intensifying fighting, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky on Thursday visited the eastern front line, where he spent the night. Our country's fate is determined here, Zelensky said on Facebook. While images released by his office showed him in the trenches clad in a helmet and bulletproof vest, shaking hands with soldiers. God, he's even doing that fucking silly shit, too. Zelensky, who's urged NATO to speed up his country's membership into the alliance to support Ukraine, said Thursday he had visited positions where Ukrainian troops were killed and wounded in recent weeks. He said 26 Ukrainian soldiers had been killed since the start of the year, compared to 50 in all of 2020. The conflict in Ukraine's mainly Russian-speaking east has claimed more than 13,000 lives since 2014, so maybe they're trying to cool it down. But I don't know if that's going to work. It seems like that area is a little bit destined for some more conflict. It looks more like took back. I mean, potato, right? Yes, because it makes sense doing a nuclear first strike would literally be a death sentence. Yeah, I mean, of course. But the argument from the neocons is that Muslims don't care about a death sentence because they, like, believe that they're going to have paradise and shit. Like, they really use that fucking bigoted argument about, like, a whole nation of people. And then, like, Sam Harris, of all people, is, like, going out doing, like, commentary and shit on the fucking TV news on, like, Real Time with Bill Maher and shit like that, saying, like, hey, you know, maybe we should do a nuclear first strike. Because if these people ever get bombs, they're gonna do it. So we should do it first. You know, as a serious intellectual, we should contemplate, you know, wiping out millions of lives, or maybe even 1 billion lives, to preemptively keep the world from blowing up. Like, that's a real fucking talking point that was getting kicked around years ago. And people, like, that kind of shit's a fucking dangerous to be saying on, like, mainstream TV and shit. It's fucked up. But there's a bunch of people who really see it that way. So I'm glad that Iran is in a position to get nukes if they want to. Because then you don't get to do that fucking stupid shit where it's like, oh, we're going to preemptively blow them up. Because, like, well, they can do a retaliatory strike, so now you can't do that. What the fuck, burgers say this on fucking television? Oh, yeah. Actually, let me look up the Sam Harris quote real quick. Because it's a doozy. This kind of thing should come up anytime people talk about, like, what do you call it? Nukes as a deterrent. This is, like, a very important... I just want the quote. There's a bunch of stuff about controversy. I just want the quote. Maybe it's this one. No, that's a podcast where he says it. Here's a Quora post. No. The other day I just looked this up. I think it was a different search engine though. Hold on. But yeah, he went on like, he argued this. I saw him argue this on like Real Time with Bill Maher. He would come on like Fox or whatever as a contributor and be like, yeah, you know, we got to consider, maybe we got to just blow up. Because if they get a nuke, I don't know. It was on like, what was it? One of those quotes websites had it, but now I don't see it on this page. Go to the next one. Actually, hold up. Maybe I can find it in images. This looks like it might be it. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, this is the quote. All right, sorry, that took me a minute. Yeah. I'm sorry that this is like a fucking like image post or whatever. Oh, come on. Go away. God damn it. All right, view image, that's what I want. All right, so yeah, here's the quote, or part of it at least. I forget how Sam Harris's voice sounds, so I'm not going to do an impression of him, really. What will we do if an Islamist regime, which grows dewy-eyed at the mere mention of paradise, ever acquires long-range nuclear weaponry? If history is any guide, we will not be sure about where the offending warheads are or what their state of readiness is, and so we are unable to rely on targeted conventional weapons to destroy them. In such a situation, the only thing likely to ensure our survival may be a nuclear-first strike of our own. Needless to say, this would be an unthinkable crime, as it would kill tens of millions of innocent civilians in a single day, but it may be the only course of action available to us, given what Islamists believe. And, like, there's a whole thing about, you know, obviously Islamism is not the same thing as Islam, but to the people that he says this shit to on fucking Fox News, yeah, they don't understand the difference between Islamism is like a political movement and Islam the religion in general. But yeah, that's who he says this shit to, and he goes on fucking TV and says that shit. But yeah, that's the thing you got to keep in mind with like somebody like Iran having a nuclear program. That's what they're up against. And that guy, by the way, he's like supposed to be like a fucking liberal, right? He's not some fucking far right psycho. He's famous for being like a skeptical atheist and having like what we call like libertarian kind of ideas. Yeah, if they are evangelicals, this would be the coming of Christ moment or movement for their death cult. Yeah. I mean, and there's like legit millenarians in the United States, in the U.S. military even, who want to usher in the end of the world because they think that's how rapture happens. So, the United States is a fucked up country. Stay away, please, for your safety. Do not come to the United States. And, I mean, honestly, get off the planet if you can. South Korea unveils domestically developed KF-X prototype fighter jet. President hails new era of defense independence. That's right. The floor is capitalism. Time to go into space. We can do so much better than this. South Korea unveils domestically developed KF-X prototype fighter jet. So, South Korea's got fighter jets now. Maybe the Korean War is gonna heat up again. What a dark time. It's not like they don't want to come to the U.S. The U.S. comes to them. Exactly. We're gonna free the shit out of you with these bombs. That's the mentality. That's how it is on this bitch of an earth. The KF-X prototype fighter jet, officially christened KF-21 Borame, was rolled out for the first time. Speaking at the rollout ceremony, President Moon Jae-in said a new era of independent defense has begun. Let's at least get a picture of this jet. I'm sure they've got one of those. Yeah, look at that. Independence from the U.S., I wish. I know, right? So here is the picture. The country's first homegrown fighter jet, called KF-21, is unveiled during its rollout ceremony in Secheon, South Korea. How many of these do they have, I wonder? Seoul has unveiled its first ingeniously developed prototype fighter jet. Ingeniously designed to be cheaper and less stealthy than the US-built F-35, but created around South Korea's needs as the country seeks more military. So they're basing it off of the fucking bullshit, totally fucking wasteful. Like, God, like, can we not restart? Yeah, fucking the troubles in Ireland, the Korean War, fucking the Ukraine shit's popping off, possibly. Fucking Iran might not be getting the nuclear deal back. At least Latin America, things are doing pretty well in context. Although they got that fucking massive pollution in Uwu Lake. But Latin America seems to be doing okay. And China seems to be doing pretty alright, even if they got to deal with a lot of bullshit. Yeah. At an elaborate ceremony on Friday, the KF-X prototype fighter jet, officially christened KF-21 Borame, was rolled out for the first time. Yeah, we already said that. The jet, developed by Korea Aerospace Industries, KAI, is as part of an 8.8 trillion won. I thought they like said won a deal or something, but no, trillion won, so $7.9 billion US dollars. Project. The country's most expensive military project to date is scheduled to fly for the first time in 2022 and should be ready for action within the decade. We plan to deploy 40 jets by 2028 and a total of 120 by 2032. The Korean Peninsula is just not that fucking big. Like, what do they need 120 fighter jets for? For real. This is upsetting. Oh, here we go. Here's some facts you need to know about the Korean War. Thank you. I can't say your name on Twitch, but you know who you are. Like, I want to have planetary peace and we could go into space with communism and have Star Trek. I don't want Mad Max Future, thanks. I don't know. We might have to go through Mad Max to get Star Trek. I mean, shit. If you know the lore of Star Trek, right? Like, they had the eugenics wars, which was a nuclear war that happened before they made contact with the aliens. It was basically like possibly Gene Roddenberry was inspired by Jay Posadas. They had fucking dolphins on board the Enterprise doing navigation, so it's possible. But yeah, like in the Star Trek universe, things got really shitty before they got better. There's a whole episode of in like one of the early seasons of Deep Space Nine where they fucking go to one of like the ghettos on like our present day Earth, and it's like the kind of shit that's happening now with you know, the third worldization of the United States. It's they predicted a pretty fucking grim future that we'd have to go through before we got to, you know, space communism. So if you're wishing for Star Trek, you are kind of wishing for Mad Max. All right, let's see what's Korean War, the facts you need to know. Is this all visible? Let me see. No, I need to adjust. I could just zoom out. There we go. I think that'd be visible. I'll just read it though. The Korean War facts you need to know. We killed off 20% of the population, Air Force General Curtis LeMay said, head of Strategic Air Command. 20% of the population. U.S. planes dropped 635,000 tons in bombs. So that's 1.27 million pounds of bombs. 32,557 tons of napalm. So, I'm sorry. 1.27 billion pounds of bombs. 32,557 tons of napalm. So, 64 million pounds of napalm. And change. North Korean fighters and allies. 398,000 to 750,000 plus dead, and 145,000 plus missing. Korean civilian casualties, 2.5 million. 1.55 million from the DPRK. 75% of Pyongyang was destroyed. Historians say biowarfare was used against communist forces. They fucking dropped plague rats on North Korea. They had rats that were carrying bubonic plague and fucking dropped them. Yeah, it was fucking horrible. One of the nastiest chapters of U.S. imperialism. U.S. bombers with nuclear arms were deployed. Yeah, I mean, so basically they potentially were going to drop nukes, but they just didn't end up doing it, I guess. Sources: U.S. Office of U.S. Air History, the Korean War History, BBC, Ministry of National Defense of Republic of Korea. I have seen some pictures of modern Pyongyang. Let's see, do that. Oh, here's another picture. Who's the threat? Who wants war? Death toll of Korean War. 1950 to 53. North Koreans, 3 million. Americans, 37,000. All right, yeah, let me just, like, so 3 million is like the red here. And Americans are 37,000. Each person in this graph is 10,000, it looks like. And U.S. versus North Korea, nuclear stockpile. U.S. has 4,480 nukes. North Korea has 30 to 60. Annual military spending 2016: USA $611 billion US dollars. South Korea $36.8 billion US dollars. That's the yellow. So US is blue. South Korea is yellow. And North Korea is red with $3.5 billion US dollars. Let's see if I can. Nope, that doesn't work. All right. U.S. occupation of Korean Peninsula, 67 years. Korean occupation of U.S., never. Yeah. Kind of sums it up. Yeah, I've never seen another city like it. Just go to Google Maps and click on a random place in Pyongyang. Oh, actually, that's a good idea. Fuck it. Pyongyang. Do they actually have... Wait a minute. Do they have... They let the Google truck into Pyongyang? Like to do photography? Fuck off. Just pictures. Okay. Holy shit. Yeah, I've seen this building. That's fucking impressive as shit. Is there like a slideshow mode I can use that's... The buildings look weird because they've got like... It looks like they're distorted or something because of, they got like these pieces that kind of stick out slightly. It looks like they're being seen through some kind of like weird lens. It's a very elaborate fountain. Oh, there's like one you can see from up in the air. Man, they got like very colorful buildings. Bunch of monuments and stuff. Let's see. Usually they'd have like tags on the map or something where you could see pictures. They got a Arc of Triumph. They got a hotel. That's that one building. That Ryugang Hotel is the one. There's no pictures of this. That's okay. That's good. That gives you a sense though of yeah, it does look very... It looks like even like a level beyond modern. It's weird. But that's also part of the thing when you have like... if you develop a city more recently, you don't have like... what do you call it? You don't have as much legacy baggage that's keeping you from building stuff in a way that's like new and designed to be relevant for the current day.
Uang banyak tadi. Wah, banyak.
Actually, I think I'll full screen this and turn my camera off real quick. That way you can see it better.
Assalamualaikum.
They got huge, like, areas for people to walk. Now, let's see if we can skip to where he's looking at. Here we go.
Yuk, Kim Bab. Gogi opsi? Gogi opsi? Gogi opsi? Kiran. Ulmahan ya? 2,500. Tuge. Iya, tuge. Ini dong, lihat dong depan gua ada apa.
Oh, spending currency on food. That looks pretty capitalist to me, guys.
Ini nggak apa-apa.
Oh, this was a communist country.
Dua, tuge. 5.000 kasih 2. Kuruki semika?
Yeah, Shanghai also looks very modern. I think it's a big factor is like how recently they were building stuff in these cities. No, I wasn't saying that food. I wasn't saying about the food. I was making a joke about paying money. I'm not that much of a fucking dirtbag that I'm gonna make a commies have no food joke. That looks like it's fucking CGI. That's funny. Yeah, you know, if people in all these countries are starving, how come there's still people? Like, if it's really so bad, why isn't there just a population collapse? That looks delicious. That genuinely looks tasty.
Kan sini Mas.
It's also like, compare this to like, what do you like, street vendors you see in the United States or like food trucks or whatever. This looks a lot nicer. Looks way cleaner. The food looks way fucking better.
Monica. Oh. Bukacang.
Also, they're like, everybody's being fucking polite and shit. Nobody's like yelling about they want the food now, or they got the wrong sauce or whatever shit. God damn it, now I'm hungry. Did he drop it? Oh, so he's got like a chest camera or something on. Is this like a hidden camera or some shit? Did he pay? He paid for like the rolls. He gave him like a bill with like 100 on it or something. The comments for this video is so bad. Let's look. Let's take a look real quick. I didn't get why you guys think that North Korea is so bad. Even you never went to NK. You just accept what the media said. Yeah, right. I mean, basically the correct take. North Korea looks like an unfinished game. Well, I did notice that it seems not super fucking crowded, but that seems like a good thing. Like, it sucks to go through a city and it's just like the streets are fucking crowded as shit. Also, it looks like they have, you know, accounted for population growth and being like, all right, we're going to make plenty of space for when the population booms, they'll have places to go and space to move through. Seems reasonable. It's no China. Well, I mean, obviously North Korea does not have the resources that China does. Where the streets of the cities get filled. Yeah. It's also like it's not like, you know, the United States or Japan or any of those other countries that are very crowded. The graphics are good, but the gameplay seems limited, not a very populated world. These fucking clowns with their video game shit. The Korean soldier looks like a Russian soldier. I didn't see a soldier. Maybe that's later in the video. I don't see how they see this as depressing, really. I guess it's that it's just kind of empty. But, like, it's like it seems so lonely. Yeah, compared to, like, shoulder-to-shoulder foot traffic on sidewalks in New York or something? What the fuck? You know, the final boss is at the top of that building. That's actually a good joke. It does look like that kind of shit you'd see in a video game. Oh, here's somebody with a compliment, although kind of disparaging India. Omelet goes well with the chilling weather. I mean, it's not fucking anybody's fault that the weather in the area they live happens to be cold. It's just like shitting on people for no good reason. Alright. Yeah. Alright, good night, Side Tube Enjoyer. Glad to have you in. I'm probably not going to keep going too long. It's 10 p.m. where I am, so. So easy. You don't need to see him eating the whole omelet. We can skip.
The video.
Somebody's taking his picture.
Portrait dong này ạ.
Them looking at him like he's funny is the good part of that picture.
Kayak gini kan bikin video bagus nih.
Somebody commented about a soldier though. I didn't see one. Well, I mean, that's a pretty interesting insight. Would be neat to see more from Jacka Parker. That was cool. Thanks for that link. Again, not gonna say your name. Oh, you got something from Xinjiang. Interesting. I'll turn this back on in case we got space for that. Now I'll take myself off again.
Yes. That looks good.
So this is Urumqi. I don't know how to pronounce it, but Urumqi in Xinjiang. Let's see, actually, I'll go find a map so we can see where that is. Alright, so we're in the northwest of China. Let me actually pull up a map of China so you can see where we are, where Xinjiang is. So here's in red, here's Xinjiang. And in Xinjiang, Urumqi is right here. So we're looking at about somewhere around like this area is the city that we're in here.
Crossing the street here.
Alright, I don't know if I want to just like constantly be streaming city walk stuff, but
Thank you.
I definitely appreciate the videos. This is stuff that a lot of people don't see much of. I'll tell you what, I'll post those links in the chats, the other chats, just so nobody's on YouTube, so I won't mess with YouTube, but anybody on Twitch who wants to see the videos can click on them. Because I think I'm going to move on to reading the rest of the headlines and wrap it up for tonight. But yeah, this area looks extremely modern. Fucking Audi cars. Volkswagen. Yeah, you can tell that this is an area where there's some commerce happening. Kia. And there's a Mercedes. Yeah, people driving around fucking nice cars. It is a little weird to go from seeing like very recognizable in like, you know, the capitalist Anglosphere kind of cars to coming and seeing these the Chinese flags. And I'm not sure what the language in Xinjiang is, but I see it's hard to see what the text is from the angle it's at too. It might be, looks kind of like Chinese characters, but I can't really tell. But see, this is something that's very notable. It's like just the size of the sidewalks. And compare like how much space is on the sidewalks to on the streets. This is a city designed for people, not for cars. A little bit worried about COVID right here, but this is from January 2020. So yeah, this is before that was a really huge thing. It looks like some art out there on the street. That's cool. Thanks for posting that. Some nice context for a lot of the stories that we get. I think a lot of Westerners just have this like very abstract idea about Xinjiang or any of these other parts of the world that they don't see. And then to see actually, you know, a video from the location gives you a much more grounded sense of how things are over there. Of course, that's also like a major city, if not like the capital. So not necessarily reflective of more rural areas, but still. I feel like a lot of people probably have Westerners have a sense that there's like not a well-developed urban center anywhere in those areas. But it's a great clip to show people, to give them a sense of like how modern all that stuff is. Yeah. So South Korea's got fighter jets. They want to have 120 by 2032. Yeah, they're trying to, here's, I guess the good side of this is that they're moving away, U.S. hegemony is eroding, and South Korea is moving toward independent military capabilities. So, that's the silver lining in this cloud. Yeah. They want to replace legacy fighter jets F4 and F5 with KF-21 and find foreign buyers. So they want to get in on the fucking, you know, merchant of death game, selling weapons of war. Great. Really taking after the US, aren't they? Damn. That sucks. All right. Oh, here's the back in India. CPI Maoist squad exchanged fire with security forces in Kandhamal district. Following the encounter, Odisha police busted a Maoist camp in Kalampada forest and seized arms and ammunition, reported Kandhamal Superintendent of Police Vineet Agarwal. However, there was no report of casualty in the firefight, which took place in a dense forest on Monday, he said. So nobody died, but it sounds like they got pushed back and some of their supplies got seized. So this is an ongoing conflict. Let's see, actually, I'm going to look up a map on this Kandhamal district. Kandhamal district, DH. See if I can find a picture of it within a larger context. So this is with the Odisha state. Let's see. And see, and then here's I can't open that. The image is gone. Darn, that had a, oh, here we go. This one looks like it's got it. This is actually a perfect one. There we go. So here's India. Here's the Odisha district, and then, or the Odisha state, and then teal is the Kandhamal district. And they said that this is where, I'm not going to get to that. Kalampata forest, and so it's in the, somewhere in a forest, so probably not near like a major settlement. No, Kandalama, I don't see that on here, but that part of India you can see there. Oh, this is also a very short story. Acting on a tip-off about the presence of a camp of Maoists belonging to the KKBN, Kalahandi Kandhamal Bud Nayagar division of the CPI Maoist in the forest, a joint squad had raided the place. The operation was carried out by a Special Operations Group and District Voluntary Force of Odisha Police. Initially, the Maoists had resorted to indiscriminate firing, to which the joint party retaliated in self-defense, the SP said. Taking advantage of the dense forest, at least 12 Maoists fled the spot, Agarwal said. Combing operation was underway, he said. So, not much on that, but further happenings in like eastern India. So this is close to where there were skirmishes before. And it looks like it's, I don't know, maybe it's heating up or something. Another Xinjiang video. Oh, that's a long one. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Actually, how about this? I'll queue up some of these. I'll queue up these videos in the site, or you can do it. Actually, if you've got links, you can queue them into the SciTube after this, and I'll hang around for a bit and watch. But I need to get through these headlines, I think, and then I'll wrap it up for tonight. Let's see. Actually, I'll go ahead and pop in the ones you already got. Copy link. There we go. All right. And I'll put myself. There we go. Yeah, those are some pretty, that's like, it's like 30 minutes plus. I'm not gonna be able to play all that on here. I don't have the stamina to try to like host that for that much longer. But I appreciate the finding the videos, putting in the effort. It's very helpful. I just wish I could shout you out, but Twitch won't let me say your username. Kenyan communists arrested while planning protest in Nairobi. The Communist Party of Kenya CPK members were detained on Wednesday as party activists prepared for the Unlock Democracy demonstration against the government's disastrous and anti-scientific approach to the coronavirus pandemic. God, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Maybe do a brief overview. All right, this is a short one. 17 Kenyan communist activists will appear in court in the Nairobi District Court today after being arrested while planning an anti-government protest. The Communist Party of Kenya (CPK) members were detained on Wednesday as party activists prepared for the Unlock Democracy demonstration against the government's disastrous and anti-scientific approach to the coronavirus pandemic. According to party sources, police raided the CPK offices without a warrant and tried to enter a secure room where documents and crucial records are held. International organization Black Hammer offered support and solidarity, describing the activists' arrest and persecution as an obvious reaction to the mass support the Communist Party of Kenya is receiving by the poor working masses. So it kind of sounds like standard line, but if the government's really handling coronavirus poorly, probably not bullshit. The Communist Party of Swaziland (CPS) called for a deepening of working class unity and said that anti-communist and anti-working class agenda is rife among the many elite African leaders and is set to deepen as the revolutionary movement of the masses continues to grow. I mean, that sounds plausible. Many African leaders continue to dutifully play their puppet roles while with distinction in the benefit of imperialism, a permanent enemy of the African peoples, the CPS added. Well, that sounds based. Not a lot of information there, but sounds like they're fighting a good fight. Brazil reports record 4,249 COVID-19 deaths in 24 hours. So they're breaking new records. Brazil on Thursday set a new record of 4,249 coronavirus deaths in a day, another daily record, raising total to 345,000. That somebody missed a number there. Since the beginning of the pandemic in February 2020, the government reported. For the second time this week, Brazil reported over 4,000 coronavirus deaths in 24 hours. So it just keeps getting worse. They're going to surpass the U.S. at this rate. Latin America lost 26 million jobs in 2020 due to the pandemic. Unsurprising. The average employment rate fell from 57.4% to 51.7%. Job contractions were recorded in formal and informal sectors, with the latter being the most affected. The employment reduction did not affect equally men and women. Over the last year, female unemployment exceeded by 18 percentage points the decrease in male employment. Yeah. So probably like the service jobs and stuff that tend to have more female employees. Yeah, that makes sense as like things that are going to be seen as less essential or whatever. 26 million jobs. Well, that's as awful as that is. That's fertile ground for like Communist Party of Kenya speaks after being arrested. Yeah, was there something else? Did I miss something? I would like to see more on that story, but I didn't. That seemed like it was it. If there's more to that story, let me know, because... Oh, it's a video? I would play a video. It probably at least have, like, subtitles. Was there a fucking video on this? I only have 6 more. Yeah, I didn't see one. Yeah, if you have a video, post it. I'll at least play part of it, because I want to hear what, more about that story. It sounded interesting. A third of Antarctic ice shelves will collapse amid 4C global heating. Yeah. More than a third of the vast floating platforms of ice surrounding Antarctica could be at risk of collapsing and releasing unimaginable amounts of water into the sea if global temperatures reach 4C above pre-industrial levels, UK scientists say. Yeah, it's bad. Global warming is bad. It's really bad, and we should be trying to stop it as much as we can. Alright, do I have closed captions? Oh, it's just auto-generated. But maybe they're...
unnecessary debt.
Oh, it is English.
Which debt is only going to support the businesses of the rich and the political elite, while the workers do not benefit at all. As we speak right now, 1.2 million workers in the hotel and entertainment industry are home. Some of them do not have food. But the government has no plan whatsoever to cushion these workers. The same thing with the workers in the flower industry. In Kajiado, they are all home. But if you look at the package, the cushioning package that the government has come up with, it is only supporting hotel owners, which includes hotels owned by the first family, and the flower farm owners, which include flower farms owned by the first family. But the workers have no cushioning package, and those are the things we wanted to address during when the raid happened. So, as you can see, it was an attack on not only freedom of assembly, but on freedom of speech.
Yes.
And all this must be condemned. We are grateful, of course, that a lot of people have come to our support. We are very grateful to Kenya Human Rights Commission, and we are grateful to Senior Counsel John Kamino, who is representing us. We are also grateful to Senior Counsel Gitobi Manyara, who is also representing us. We are grateful to all other partners, including Kongamano la Mageuzi, the Social Justice Working Group, and Aki Africa. And most importantly, we are very grateful to the leadership of the Communist Party, led by our chairman, Mwandawira Muganga, Secretary General Benedict Washira, and our organizing secretary, who has been very instrumental in facilitating us as members of the party, Mr. Buka Ngesa Omole. So thank you very much.
Generally, what is your complaint?
Sorry, we don't have a complaint.
Yes, because you came late, just start by introducing yourself.
Of Kenya. We're also from the Social Justice Center movement, all comrades who are here also. Together, joined also together with members of the Communist Party. Our protest, not our complaint, our protest, because as a citizen, we have a right to protest against social injustice. It's against IMF debt enslavement. Yesterday, early in the morning, we were in a nation center there, organizing to protest with hotel workers against this COVID-19 unscientific rule. So we are protesting against that, and here we came in solidarity and together with our comrades who are being charged against malicious prosecution. Sure. It's horrible at this era when we fought for democracy that we are bringing one of the legend freedom fighter, John Kamino, since for 30 years presenting against malicious prosecution and illegal detention. That's our protest, and we are saying Uhuru Kenyatta regime that his days are numbered. Yeah. The crisis in this country and the protests of all Kenyans all over, his days are numbered, and we are organizing for his regime to be removed by Kenyan citizens.
Abash to all bad leadership.
And we are telling IMF and World Bank, it happened in other countries when they have given dictatorship loans that were misused, like Ferdinand Marcos of Philippines, where those countries refused to pay debt. When a new government come in, a government of reform, of social justice, Kenyatta and his family, they will pay the debts that they have incurred for Kenyans. No kids in this country will pay the debts that are accrued by a responsible and reckless president. That's our complaint, and we really appreciate for this solidarity.
Wow, sounds like they kind of know what's up there. I'm worried about like them getting raided and shit and arrested for protesting, but like they're speaking truth about the fucking IMF and economic imperialism, so that's good. I'm gonna link that video in the thread so that people can see it. Nice. All right. So that's the first post, the OP. And everybody's upset about the Amazon shit. I think we read this story already. Amazon accused of illegal tactics and intimidation after unionization ballot. Oh no, that's Morningstar. We haven't read that, but I mean, we already covered that story in depth, so. Steelworkers nearing end of second week of strike at ATI. The strike is taking place at 9 mills in 5 states, according to the Louisville, Ohio, and Waterbury, Connecticut plants. Workers are also on strike at mills in Lockport, New York, New Bradford, Massachusetts, and 5 Pennsylvania facilities: Brackenridge, Latrobe, Natrona Heights, Vandergrift, and Washington. See, and like, this gets overshadowed by the Amazon thing. Like, yeah, sure, that vote failed, but look at this. Look at this. Wow. Just want to see if there's a picture. ATI pickets in Brackenridge, PA on the first day of their strike. So there you go. There's stuff happening. People are moving on this stuff. And it sounds like this was coordinated across the United States. So people are realizing that it's got to be done at scale too. So that's good. There you go. I wish more people were here to see that part of it, because that's good news. Maybe I spent too much time on Amazon without scrolling through some of these headlines. Congress urged to reject Biden's unconscionable $715 billion Pentagon budget. Yeah, I mean, what's that going to do? They're going to keep funding the military. A slight increase from the previous year and a far cry from a substantial reduction that progressive lawmakers and advocacy groups are demanding. Yeah, well, what the fuck do you expect? Vote for the lesser evil. Vote for the Democrats. You know, this is what you get. Kentucky limits no-knock warrants after Breonna Taylor death. Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear signed a partial ban on no-knock warrants Friday after months of demonstrations set off by the fatal shooting of Breonna Taylor in her home during a botched police raid last year. Let's see if I get a couple details on this, because that's good news. That's, I guess, signing the bill. The law signed by the Democratic governor is not the total ban many protesters and some Democratic lawmakers had sought, a proposal that had been introduced as Breonna's law, but it also doesn't prevent individual cities and towns from banning the warrants completely. So at the more local level, they could ban it if they want to. Bipartisan support in the legislature? Well, I mean, will Republicans hold a veto-proof supermajorities in House and Senate? Damn. So if they can do that in a place where you got all these Republicans, this should be too difficult to pass in other places. Although this is Kentucky, where this happened. So this is a meaningful change, Beshear said. It will save lives and it will move us in the right direction. I mean, you also could just go as far as banning the fucking no-knock raids, but whatever. Fucking this move in the right direction shit, man. God damn it. While it's not the full legislation they wanted in terms of a complete ban of no-knock warrants, they are satisfied that it's a start, a win in a deeply divided General Assembly, said the family's attorney, Lenita Baker. Well, I mean, it's better than nothing. It's better than I was expecting, I guess. But it's not enough, and people need to keep on putting pressure on. I mean, the longer you wait to fix problems like that, the more people are going to keep dying. The longer you wait to fix that kind of shit, the more people are going to fucking die. Fort Lauderdale police accused of excessive force felt threatened after seeing Star Trek props. 2 police officers in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, who've been previously accused of what the Sun Sentinel dubs overzealous policing, have now been hit with a lawsuit by 2 brothers who are claiming the same. Alright, well, I want to see what the fucking props were that made them feel so afraid. Alright, so that's just a generic stock photo. Oh, wait, a right to the... This is a totally different link. Colorado denied its citizens a right to repair after riveting testimony. That's not... Did I click the wrong fucking... That's this story. Okay. Oh, it is. It's the same archive link. Well, I guess I go to the actual site. Cops saw weapons. Oh, okay, so it's like a phaser. Yeah, okay. That's all I needed to see. Fucking dumb cops. It was the wrong article. Yeah, News Anon posted it's the same archive link here for that and for the right to repair article, but down below. Minor error. Yeah, I only really wanted to see what the fucking picture of the prop was. But yeah, they'll identify anything. Judge orders delay amid debate over Dakota Access Pipeline. Wait, why did I open this before reading it? A judge on Friday delayed a decision on whether the Dakota Access oil pipeline should be shut down while the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers conducts an environmental review of the project, after lawyers for the pipeline asked for more time to outline the effects of recent changes in the economy. So I guess thank you based economic downturn for getting the DAPL people to fucking allow a review of environmental damage. That's just weird. But hey, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Alright, so they delayed a decision about whether it should be shut down while the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers does a review, an environmental review on the project. Oh, it's a 10-day continuance after the Biden administration declined to intervene in the case, which an attorney for the Standing Rock Indian Reservation said is deeply disappointing to the tribes. Well, yeah. What the fuck did you think Biden was going to do, though, honestly? Fucking Elizabeth Warren making a big deal about how she's allegedly Native American fucking wouldn't do shit until after it was all figured out and resolved. God, fucking U.S. politicians. The decision here today is to keep operating, which is the same decision as the previous administration, Earth Justice Attorney Jan Hasselman said during the hearing. The company gets to keep the benefits of operating the pipeline that was never properly authorized, while the community has to bear the risk of the consequences. Okay, so they're going to continue building it while the review happens, or I thought they said they were going to postpone something. What was it? Yeah, so I guess they are going to keep building it for now. Fuck. Hearing in Washington, D.C. was originally scheduled for February, but the Corps filed a motion to postpone the hearing in order to allow officials from Biden's administration more time to familiarize themselves. They had plenty of fucking time to... This case has been going on for a long time. They had plenty of fucking time to familiarize themselves. Fuck off. God damn it, this makes me mad. Yeah, okay, so they're just basically kicking the can down the road, I guess. Fuck. Yeah, here's what you get for voting for the lesser evil. Here's what you get for voting blue. Thank you, BreadTube. Thank you, Vosh. Thank you, all you fucking lefties. Telling people not to use the leverage of the vote. Fucking assholes. Colorado denied its citizens the right to repair after riveting testimony. Yeah, not surprising. So the whole right to repair thing is basically companies want to own your stuff that you buy from them and not let you customize it or modify it or keep it functional after it, stops working. That's really long. I don't need to go into it. What's the short version? Right to Repair bill died in the Colorado State Legislature on March 25th, 2021, after almost 3 hours of testimony from business leaders, disabled advocates, and a 9-year-old activist. Legislators said there were too many unanswered questions and the proposed law was too broad. Well, maybe that specific law was bad. To be fair, this time Trump was going full fash. If Trump was going full fash, the coronavirus shit would have been handled completely the opposite of the way that it was. He just said, fuck it, I don't want to deal with it. Let the states handle it. Delegated all responsibility to them. A fascist or somebody who was like some kind of nasty authoritarian that he was being claimed to be would have been using that as an opportunity to centralize power. Trump didn't give a shit about power. He just wanted people to like him. He was a dumb fuck with a Twitter account who lucked his way into the presidency because of a bunch of fucking random political bullshit that happened during the election. Like, he to call him like some kind of clever maneuvering fascist is just fuck. Yeah, I know. I'm not. I know you're making a joke. It just pisses me off so much that that's something people genuinely believe. Anyway, half the country is now considering right to repair laws. As electronics have become a more important part of people's lives, tech companies have attempted to tighten the control over how we use their devices. Where this is probably actually going to get progress is with people who are like the farmers with their John Deere tractors that are shutting down from like satellite control because they didn't purchase the update or whatever fucking bullshit. Because those people actually have political pull. So that's where you're probably going to see change on this, not from, a bunch of activists, like individual activists or some kind of like activist group like that. It's going to be fucking lobbying, and it's going to be from people who have like actual political and economic power. But yeah, this is disappointing but not surprising. Donut Boy. Republican politician taunts police after a wrong-way chase. At one point, the police... Oh, wait, was this that police chase that was earlier today? At one point, the police report says Suellentrop referred to him as Donut Boy, presumably a reference to the common joke about police spending up most of their time at donut shops. The 69-year-old politician further sized up Shepley and announced that he could physically dominate him if he wanted to. Okay. So a picture of donuts. So this isn't. Wait a minute. Let me get that phrasing correct again. Wrong way chase. So what the fuck? What are they referring to? All right. When critics of the party accuse Republicans of heading the wrong direction, they don't usually mean it literally, but that's what happened with the Kansas Senate Majority Leader Gene Suellentrop, who was arrested early in the morning, on the 16th of March after leading police on a chase that hit speeds of 90 miles per hour and saw the lawmaker traveling against the flow of traffic and narrowly avoiding striking other vehicles on the road. Holy shit. God, fucking United States. They about hit me, but I'm okay. I'm fine. One driver who called 911 on the night in question said, as reported by the Kansas City Star, they were in the wrong lane and they met me coming up the on-ramp and scared the crap out of me, a second caller said. This sounds like something people from Kansas would say. New details of Suellentrop's behavior after his arrest have emerged in the police affidavit from the night. After he refused to take a breathalyzer test, a warrant was placed to withdraw blood, which showed an alcohol level twice the legal limit. Jesus. The affidavit alleges a fucking politician doing this shit. While in custody, the conservative politician who has served in the state senate since 2017 was previously a member of the Kansas House of Representatives, allegedly became combative with the arresting officer, Kansas Highway Patrol's Austin Shepley. At one point, the police report said Suellentrop referred to him as Donut Boy, presumably reference to the common joke about police spending most of their time in donut shops. Yeah, and he sized him up and said he could physically dominate him if he wanted to. And this is the guy, Gene Suellentrop. There's no country like the United States. Since then, both state Democrats and Republicans have criticized his behavior. I'm deeply troubled by the latest details that have emerged surrounding Senate Majority Leader, not just a politician, Senate Majority Leader in Kansas. Fuck. Like, one of the top politicians in the state. The state Senate Minority Leader, Dina Sykes, said in a statement, I thank God that no one was hurt by his extremely reckless and dangerous actions. While Senator Sullentrup deserves due process and appropriate consequences for his irresponsible behavior, he also deserves to be held to the same level of accountability as the Kansans he is elected to represent. I'm disappointed that he has not come to this conclusion himself. Yeah, what the fuck? His first court appearance will be on June 3rd. Fuck me. What a clown country. What a clown country. Alright, we already looked at this, I think. Amazon waged a brutal anti-union campaign. Unsurprisingly, they won. Yeah. How Bellingcat launders national security state talking points into the press. Yeah, I mean, what else is new? What else is new? Western media incite anti-Asian racism while they join in Cold War against China. Yep. You can find so many posts on social media, people laughing about Chinese people or about President Xi Jinping or whatever else. Yeah. And they're like, oh no, we feel really bad about when somebody shoots up a salon and kills several Asian women, but we're going to keep encouraging all these fucking jokes and people to be hateful toward fucking China because it's a geopolitical enemy. Fucking cynical assholes. All right, I think that's about it for today. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Everybody who's still here can hear that at least. Was the salon a happy ending massage? That was the whole thing, was that like the guy was expecting that he could like get sexual favors from the salon because it was run by a bunch of Asian women. That was like the whole deal. And he was talking about how he was like, what do you call it? Just sexually frustrated or whatever, but like, I don't know. I think he's still alive, but yeah, the whole thing is like, there's obviously some kind of racial thing going on here too. But yeah, it's part of like this larger trend, I think, is going on here. There's been like stuff like that for a while. But now it's the same kind of crap that happened after like 9/11 with the Middle East, where it's like, oh, here we found the new ethnic group to rally against. Now it's happening with the people from East Asia. And so whatever kind of stuff like that was there in the first place, getting magnified. There isn't like much material basis to it, really. It's more just people have a lot of aggression that they don't know what to do with because they don't understand class politics enough to join a fucking organization that might actually accomplish some shit, and so they just act out as a lone wolf. Probably also under a lot of mental stress from how shitty the fucking economy is and life in general. In, you know, like late capitalism. So yeah, all of it can be traced back there ultimately, and this is primarily a byproduct of increasing tensions due to maneuvering to try to like combat China. But there were already some latent things there being brought to the forefront now. So yeah, that's gonna end for the day, and I'll go through this little image that News Anon posted. Let despair strengthen you, with the pink Wojak. Yeah, that'll be it. I'll have... You won this time, Porky. You won this time with that Amazon shit. But we still got people... who are out there doing strikes, who are unionizing, organizing, and you might have stopped people this time. You might have won this battle, but the class war marches on. So we'll see you next time. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, agitate, educate, and organize. Don't like, comment, and subscribe, although whatever, do that if you want. But remember to agitate, educate, and organize.
That's all, folks.